call this meeting to order. First off, we'll go off through the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all stand and join me. Back over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So everyone has got the agenda. See if there's any questions or additions. If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Okay, we'll go to the minutes for our September 18th meeting. Actions. To approve then. Thank you, Director McLeod. Anyone second? Consent agenda. Did anybody have any items that they'd like to remove for consideration? Two, to make sure I don't miss anybody. If not, then I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items. Opposed? Right on. We're cooking with gas here, man. You got before you what our proposed dates and locations are. So if anybody has any concerns, I guess we'd get with Biola sooner rather than later on that and see if there's a change. Otherwise, we'll move right on to our director's report and turn the time over to Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see everyone here in Denver. And Director Brody, thanks for hosting us here at Denver Water. It's I know there's tremendous history in this building, and it's really amazing to have it kind of structured around a lot of newer buildings, but this has been, renovated, and it's been I always enjoy having meetings here. It's really nice, so thank you. Yeah. Let's see here. We're getting some snow up in the high country, which is obviously quite positive, at least where I live in Summit County, but statewide numbers I think are about 114%, and if anyone wants to know how the snow quality of skiing is, cross-country or downhill, I'm happy to let you know my experiences from the last few weekends. But Breckenridge Ski Resort is open for downhill skiing as well as the cross-country, some of those cross-country ski resorts. So it's been great to get out and enjoy that so far. So we have someone new with us. Matt Nickel is filling in right now for Rob Harris, and I just for filling in for today. Really appreciate that, Matt. But want to give a special shout out to Rob Harris. Rob accepted a position with the Attorney General's office, and really excited for him for that opportunity. But I have to say I'll miss working with him. We not only worked with him closely because he filled in when Director Davis couldn't be here for meetings for CWCB, but I also have gotten to know him really well through the NRD trustee board meetings, that he's been kind of a lead staffer for, at least for me, for the Department of Natural Resources. So excited for Rob, and just giving him a special shout out of thanks and gratitude from the Department of Natural Resources. A few other updates. Some of you were able to attend the C9 Summit a few months ago in Crested Butte. But at that meeting, my assistant director for Parks, Wildlife, and Lands, Tim Brass, was able to give an update on the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. So this is really a unique partnership, I'd say, with the Governor's Office, Great Outdoors Colorado, Parks and Wildlife. Other stakeholders have been involved as well with this. And we've had a lot of different feedback. We've had more than 60 meetings throughout the state, over 1,000 comments. And the work of this has really been kind of years in the making, but this is to really help us build a framework for advancing biodiversity, conservation, recreation, climate resiliency work And we're working towards the implementation strategy phase of this in early 2025. So you all as water leaders obviously are very, you know exactly what's in the water plan. Well, just think kind of for outdoor recreation and conservation, this is kind of the equivalency. We want it to be ground up, not top down, but really important to hear from local communities as we work to develop and implement this Colorado outdoor strategy. A few weeks ago, on December 1st, the governor released his budget for the 2025-2026 year, and many of the state agencies have faced some challenges in that this particular budget, there was about a $900 million shortfall, and but I'm really happy that the DNR has really actually done quite well with the budget despite the $900 million budget shortfall. As I think most of you know, we're mostly cash funded in the DNR. But I just want to give you all a few highlights of the budget, which also mentioned $900 million shortfall, but we're also able to bring in over 60 FTE this year. That's part of the budget, so that's really tremendous. But a few highlights, for example, we're seeing aligned parks and wildlife staff capacity with agency workload that's grown as a result of increasing population and interest in outdoor recreation and climate change. And we're able to really work towards implementation and making sure the staffing needs are reflective in the bill that passed in 2018 called the Future Generations Act, as well as the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. And then we're also expanding revenue for the Outdoor Equity Grant Program, which has been a really great success. Also, CWCB has the staffing expertise to coordinate the coming water plan technical update, so that's part of the budget. And then we're also seeing, Colorado State Forest Service too. There's some technical language that will more or less have us be closer aligned when it comes to kind of budget issues. The State Forest Service is really housed within the State Forest Service within Colorado State University, but we're working really closely to bring them in closer to our budget process, which I think is really important for them. And then also, finally, CWCB is included in a broad proposal that refinances multiple severance tax cash funds at the DNR. And the need for this proposal is really driven by the Tabor constrained budget, growth in mandatory caseload expenditures like education and Medicaid, as well as growth in cash fund revenue across the state government and crowding out space under the state's Tabor limit. Tomorrow, I know Nate Pearson is here, but he's going to go into more details on this tomorrow. Also, the legislative session starts up in the near future. I believe January 8th, I think, is the starting day. Every legislator can introduce up to 5 bills, and that legislative session goes 120 days. And want to share with you what we have for some of our legislative priorities for the DNR. First, we have an establishment of a new permit through the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety to facilitate cleanup of mine waste. And for some of you that may be familiar at the federal level, there's been what's called Good Samaritan bills that allow potentially entities to go in areas of old historic mining locations to do remediation work and kind of clean up those areas that are really kind of potentially to really toxic streams. So DRMS is really looking at kind of a state equivalency of that, kind of a permitting process for the state. Another bill is to, another bill that we're following too is the creation of a new task force to study the future of water funding. This task force will explore options to continue water funding needs of the state while analyzing kind of the severance tax revenue that's expected to decrease in the future. Separately, the DNR, we're excited to bring a few different bills. One to strengthen CWCB's water supply and mapping program. So the water supply forecasting, measurement, snowpack, and floodplain mapping are critical for water management in Colorado. And this particular bill really helps bring some of that kind of measuring snowpack components like within the Water Conservation Board to really help with forecasting and measurement work, which I think is, really important. Other bills that are a priority for us is access to state parks for tribal members, in particular those members that are from the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute tribes. This is something that we've been working on for the last few years, and really excited to see this proposal move forward. And then there's also a wildlife trafficking bill that would more or less bring in stricter penalties for folks that are involved with poaching and wildlife trafficking. So that's moving forward as well. A few federal updates. Last week, Governor Polis and the DNR applauded the Bureau of Land Management for the release of the Greater Sage Grouse Resource Management Amendment. Other federal decisions that we're awaiting that's going to likely be released in the next week or two include the BLM's Uncompahgre Resource Management Plan Amendment, the Western Solar Plan, the U.S. Forest Service Old Growth Amendment, and then also we are following closely the two endangered fish recovery programs, the Colorado River Basin and the San Juan River Basin. So we're looking at those, really closely and following those for reauthorization. And then
we've got passion.
We're continuing to work to get projects off the ground for our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. That's been very, very successful. We now have $6 million annually going towards projects all over the state. So those grants are getting, off the board and putting those to good use. So with that, I think that is maybe it for me for right now, and happy to take any questions. And I'm planning on being here today and tomorrow. Around noon, I have to run to a meeting, but I'll be back shortly after that. So thanks.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Any questions? Wow, you're doing a really good job. Nobody has any questions or comments. Thank you. We'll go over to Director Riss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to Denver Water for hosting us. It's always nice to be at your campus. It's a lovely place to be and to work. Few updates for me, and I'm sorry I don't have slides this time. I don't want to set expectations too high. I have slides every meeting. I mentioned this last time, but I do want to recognize Janine Shaw, who's here somewhere. Where's Janine? There she is in the back. So Janine is our new grant section chief that we hired. When did you start? About a month ago? Yeah, okay. So I think I mentioned this at the last board meeting, but we're really lucky to have her. She now is overseeing water plan grants and water supply reserve fund grants, which we have combined now into a new section to improve some operational efficiency and to give the grant section really a helping hand and some direct supervision with Janine. She formerly worked at Denver Water, and so we're really lucky to have her. I also wanted to announce, you all I think got an email from Russ Sands, but he has decided to take a new position at the Colorado Energy Office. Russ was our section chief of water supply planning, was really integral to the development of the water plan update and the technical update and all of the basin implementation plans. Did just a lot of good work for the agency, and we're going to miss Russ, but wish him the best of luck at the Energy Office. He's going to be the director of local climate action, and I'm sure our paths will cross again in the future. His last day was the 15th of November, so just a couple days ago. But lucky for us, we have Kat Weissmiller, who is very capable and is going to be stepping in as the interim section chief, and hopefully we'll fill that position by the next board meeting and have another announcement staffing-wise. I also wanted to just briefly announce that Terry Feed, who works in Kevin Houck's section, is going to be retiring soon. We have a special agenda item at the end of tomorrow to celebrate her 40-plus year career in the field and wish her the best in her retirement, but more to come on that. Dan mentioned a few of the legislative items that are on tap. I wanted to also update the board that CWCB has a couple of of items we're going to be moving forward. One is a new temporary staff position, or a term limited staff position that would work in the water supply planning section and would be specifically geared towards implementing the actions in the water plan that cross agencies. So helping Department of Agriculture and DOLA, CDPHE, and making sure that those actions that cross over into different agencies are being implemented. So that's an important position, and we're hopeful that that'll make its way through the process. We've also been given the green light to pursue legislation to create a statutorily defined water supply forecasting program within the CWCB. Currently, this water forecasting and measurement work is done kind of in a patchwork manner across the state using contracting support. And so the CWCB is proposing to lead the management of a snowpack measuring program. And the new program is expected to really increase accessibility to the data and improve some of the contracting issues that we've seen in the past with the airborne snow observation. And as I think a complement to that work, it will also work in LIDAR data collection for floodplain mapping. So it will be a kind of a summer season and a winter season, the winter season focusing on snow measurement, and in the summer helping with LIDAR floodplain mapping. So we're really excited to get that started through the legislative process as well. An item from last year's session, we've talked about it occasionally, or it's come up occasionally in these meetings, but Senate Bill 2426 is the Agriculture and Natural Resources Public Engagement Requirement Bill that requires you all, in addition to Parks and Wildlife, that board members attend at least 2 meetings per year in the geographic areas that you all represent. So that, according to the legislation, does include Basin Roundtable meetings. But as part of our SMART Act hearing that we have to give to the General Assembly, at the start of each legislative session, we're required to report on that. So Jeff Rodriguez is going to be helping us all with that. So you all don't need to do anything, right, Jeff? As long as you're in attendance, either virtually or in person in the room, Jeff will make a note of that and keep track for us all so that we can have those numbers to roll up next year. That requirement doesn't start until this January, so we won't actually be reporting on that until not this SMART Act, but the next one. So anyways, one thing off your plate anyways, you don't have to be tracking that. Moving on to federal funding updates. I don't know if you all saw, we put out a press release, but we have some exciting news to share. The Upper Colorado River Commission approved a $7 million tranche of funding for water measurement devices in Colorado. They made that approval on October 28th. The funding comes from the federal bipartisan infrastructure law, the spend plan associated with that, known as BIL or bill. The CWCB is going to manage that program and are planning to hire an engineering consultant to assist with the administration going forward. We expect that we're going to be rolling out a competitive, competitive application process that will allow water users in the Upper Colorado River Basin to apply for measurement devices. Applications will be announced in 2025, and this was part of a total $8.3 billion that came from the Bureau of Reclamation for Western Water Infrastructure. So we're really excited. It's really good news for Colorado. This was in your written director's report, but I did just want to highlight that you have copies of the annual water plan grant and WSRF reports. We did hear from this board over the last couple of board meetings that you really are interested in hearing more of those success stories. So that's one place you can go. There's some great pictures as well of projects for you to use in your presentations out and about. And also, going forward, now with Janine on board, we're planning on bringing some of those success stories back to the board each November to really highlight some of the work that's being done out there on the ground, to really bring some attention to the good work that's going on. I think it's easy for us to kind of lose track of all of the things that we've approved grants for, and then we rarely get to take a look back and really kind of celebrate the successes of those projects. So this will be an opportunity going forward, we hope. Those reports were also provided to the legislature, so they have that information as well. I wanted to give a quick, since we're at the end of the water year, I guess starting the new water year, just a quick summary of water year 2024. The Water Conditions Monitoring Committee, which is led by Emily Adrid on our staff, meets monthly, and they have a lot of great information. If you're ever able to tune in, it's publicly available. But over this past year, temperatures during water year 2024 ranked as the 6th warmest in the 129-year record. Much of Colorado experienced a warmer than average August, while South Central Colorado experienced one of the top 10 warmest Augusts. Precipitation this water year remained near normal, ranking 61st driest in the 129-year record. But Director Coombs, the Rio Grande Basin was wetter than normal, while Larimer, Boulder, Grand, and Weld counties are currently experiencing a D3 drought. Don't get too used to it. Some program updates. Just wanted to celebrate, I think, what was really a successful C9 summit, and thank you to all of you who were able to attend that event. We had about 260 water leaders that gathered in Crested Butte for the summit on October 1st and 2nd. I was there for most of it. I had to skip out on the last couple of agenda items, but felt like the conversations that I was part of were really constructive and valuable, and I think really did serve the purpose of that summit, which was to kind of provide some connective tissue between this board and some of the stakeholders, including the roundtables and the IBCC. So thank you to everyone out there who came to that event. And also, especially thank you to the water supply planning team, who I know spent a number of sleepless nights and last minute logistical emergencies making that the success that it was. So thank you to all of you guys. The turf replacement grant program, the first application window closed and the request totaled over $1.3 million. If they're all approved, we'll have about $330,000 yet available for the next funding cycle, which starts December 31st. So if you're aware of anyone who's interested in that, we do have funding remaining for the next funding cycle. The Colorado Water Loss Initiative hosted a water loss audit training on October 29th and 31st, training 15 utilities around the state. We do have additional sessions that are scheduled for December 17th and just had one yesterday on November 19th. These sessions are all in demand now with CWCB's new mandatory water loss reporting. So be sure and connect folks if you know anyone who's interested. We have all the information available on our website, and Kevin Reedy's always a great resource for that. The Water and Land Use Alliance met virtually on November 7th and talked about a number of things, including some transit-oriented communities bill that passed last session. The Alliance, just as a reminder, is not a formal group, but it's led in partnership with DOLA and helps local communities effectively incorporate water into their comprehensive planning efforts. One more programmatic update, the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program continues to really make great progress. You'll remember that $10 million was made available through the Watershed Restoration Program to really kickstart the first phase of funding for Wildfire Ready action plans. I'm really pleased to report that all of that funding has now been awarded. We have 20 Wildfire Ready action plans in progress in different watersheds around the state, and the details about what those plans are also in your director's report. As usual, we're all out and about the state, around the state, giving various presentations and attending conferences. Just to highlight some of those, Jenna Batson, who leads our turf replacement program, spoke at AWWA's Water Smart Innovations Conference in Las Vegas. She and Elizabeth Scoder also presented at the Sustaining Watersheds Conference in Avon. Kat Weissmiller spoke on drought preparedness with Syrian representatives that came to Colorado to learn about some of the work that we're doing, along with Emily Zmack. I spoke at the Conservation Finance Network Roundtable, presented at Northern Water Symposium, at the River District Symposium, and the Arc Basin Roundtable on the Arkansas River Compact, which is starting to, I think, attract some more interest. Jason was there with us as well. And then also Water in the West Symposium just happened last week. A number of you were there, and Russ Sands, I think, gave his last CWCB presentation there at that symposium. I think that's all I have. If any questions, always happy to take those.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Rist? All right, thank you. Mike, do we have any sound effects? You could do like a drum roll before we go to IBCC. Oh, we'll go over, there you go, close enough.
I'm going to keep it short. So I thank Director Riss for bringing up Russ Sands. My report, I obviously am going to have to acknowledge Russ Sands' influence on not only things like the water plan, but the influence that he had on the IBCC, the Interbasin Compact Committee. And so I want to thank him and best wishes in his endeavors. That also means we still don't skip a beat. People come, people go, but our work remains the same. And that work is really focused on bringing Colorado forward, moving us into the future, but moving us into the future together. And so that being said, our next meeting will be held in Denver on February 20, the Denver metro area. We'll keep you posted on where exactly that is. But it'll be February 26th, someplace in the Denver metro area. And we're focusing right now on strategies to give the IBCC some time to dig into the Drought Resilience Action Plan discussions. And as a reminder, the Drought Resilience Action Plan is a document that we're working on to develop low regret strategies for the next decade through coordination with the roundtables and eventually the CWCB board, really trying to build the foundation of the IBCC and the CWCB working and learning from each other. It's been an evolving conversation with the IBCC that really has emerged from the meetings that we've had this week thus far. When you hear about the Drought Resilience Action Plan, it sounds vaguely familiar to the no and low regrets that we might have, some of you might have been involved with quite a long time ago. I don't want to talk about how long ago it was now that I'm thinking about it, but really talking about the influence that the IBCC had at that point. That no and low regrets was a part of the water plan and the foundation of it, and it required a heavy coordination between the CWCB and the thought leaders at the IBCC. So Director Gibbs brought up the C9 Summit, and that was, gosh, it was a couple months now, or a month and a half or so. But many of the IBCC members participated also in the C9 Summit, along with the majority of the CWCB board, and participation broadly from the basin roundtables. That was in early October. The time is flying, in Crested Butte. So we're hearing that that event was a success, and that success is always dependent on participation, right? And that's what success is. And it really created the space so that people could participate. And so we can hold meetings, we can call people together, but they're only as good as the participation. And so I want to thank the IBCC who contributed not only in showing up on that day, but many of the IBCC members were there before that and helping plan it, helping lead the breakout sessions, and across the event. It continued to generate ideas for the Drought Resilience Action Plan and gave us some data to help rank the top ideas that attendees wanted the IBCC to dig into first. And so it wasn't necessarily driven by staff's desires, but rather the IBCC's desires. And I know that sometimes makes folks uncomfortable when we let the people lead, but I think that's where we're going to have our greatest success. Some of the ideas that emerged from the IBCC to tackle in that February meeting that we're going to be having is really how do we support snowpack measurement and monitoring. Some of what I heard about our measurement and monitoring that's coming out from the Bureau of Reclamation's funding, that is the one place that Colorado has led on getting the funding in terms of amounts, is that measurement and monitoring. And that, I think, goes to the foundation of what we've created, of how important that is. I've heard folks, our Attorney General even says you can't monitor what you can't measure. And I think moving forward in that realm is important, not just for the work that the IBCC is doing, but moving forward for Colorado. Another idea that emerged was how do we support agricultural security? That's been a theme. That's been a theme my entire career. But really, how do we dig further deep into that and keeping agriculture in production while also reducing barriers and silos to water sharing agreements? One of the things that we've learned in Colorado, because of our varying hydrology, is we have to have agreements with each other to get through the tough times. Because there's not a level of security that others may have. And so how do we do that while keeping agriculture in production? And that's something that the IBCC has expressed great interest in getting into. And I think we do pretty well, but we can always do better. We also worked with CWCB staff to generate the annual report, the IBCC annual report, which was sent to the state last month. You can find a copy of that on the webpage. I think it's always good to kind of reflect on what we've done in the last year. But at the upcoming meetings, we evolve as the IBCC evolves and pushes the direction that they want to go, but there are some consistents. Colorado River updates and legislative updates are always on the agenda. I am really looking forward to 2025 as we dive deeper. This is the part that I like. This is the part where we get to go to the details and get some real actions there. And so I think that's where the IBCC is leading. Whatever the future holds, getting our own house in order is going to make us stronger. It's going to be part of the answer. I'm really excited to work with the IBCC on some of these new ideas and really focus on gaining a consensus across Colorado to make us all more resilient. So one of the things thinking about how do we pull together, become stronger together, is make sure that interface is really good between what's happening from that IBCC and the Basin Roundtable's broader level and bringing it up to you all. And so with your permission, I'd like to be able through the next year to present things to you in the interim before we come out with a finalized drought resilience plan. But I think it might be useful to have some of the IBCC members come and be a part of that presentation and really stand by the work that they're doing. It's not the work of one individual or the staff of a section. It is really the pulling the work together of those people. So they should definitely be here to, with your permission, to be a part of that presentation. So just wanted to offer all of that up and go from there. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Marshall. I just want to say thanks for the work you're doing to try to make IBCC and the board a little more cohesive between the roundtables, the whole bridging all of those different roles that we're not sure how they all fit. So I'm excited to hear you talking about bringing some here to talk, and maybe they'll feel that stronger connection. I think that was a strong message at C9. So appreciate your responsiveness. So any other questions or comments for Director Mitchell? Okay. We'll go on to agriculture. I'm not going to say the best, but one of my favorite departments.
I'll say the best.
There you go.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and great being here with everyone. I have a full update, but with the chair's permission, I'd like to bring up Mr. Robert Sakata for the first part of our update. You all know him as CDA's Agricultural Water Policy Advisor. But for the last week, he was serving as the official special advisor to the commissioner and special envoy to Taiwan and South Korea, where he helped lead a trade delegation of Colorado agriculture and Colorado businesses representing our state. So I asked Robert if he could give an update of his trip as well as some of our water updates.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Greenberg. Thank you, Chair Combs. Yeah, it was a real honor to represent the Colorado Department of Ag on this trade mission. It was both to Taiwan and Korea. I was fortunate enough to travel with Lieutenant Governor Primavera. So there was two delegations. One was technology-based and the Ag group. And the technology base was dealing with aerospace, quantum technology, right? So reading the bios of these people traveling with that part of the Colorado delegation was really impressive. But I always joked with everybody that I led the more technology advanced group, and that was the ag group, right? But it was really eye-opening. And I think the main takeaway that I bring home with me today is how fortunate we really are to live in Colorado. Especially in Taiwan, it was really shocking to me that their two major concerns are energy and food. They're reliant on other countries for their energy and food. That if the ports for some reason close down in Taiwan, the strait between China and Taiwan, within 2 weeks, their lights will go off because they're dependent on natural gas. And within a couple months, the citizens will be running out of food. That's how fortunate we are in Colorado, I think, to live here and in the United States. But it also provides us a great opportunity to build wonderful relationships with these people. The Lieutenant Governor and I got to visit with the Vice President of Taiwan. A great individual, very well spoken, was a representative in the United States representing Taiwan. And again, that opportunity to open the doors, build a positive relationship. We're actually exporting quite a bit of beef to both Taiwan and Korea, and also wheat to those countries. And I think they want to strengthen those relationships even more. So thanks, Commissioner Greenberg, for allowing me the opportunity to represent Colorado in that. And I hope I didn't embarrass us too much by wearing my Denver Bronco orange suit to these meetings. Really want to shout out to Russ as well. I know you're listening, Russ, because you were so dedicated to water that you're probably listening in today. It was really a great opportunity to work with him, and I learned so much from Russ and all of the things that he did. Again, as was mentioned, the C9 Summit, thanks to CWCB for putting together a fantastic C9 Summit. It was a real pleasure to be there, and thank you again for having the ag portion of those, to be able to lead the ag panel, and the discussion we had about what we want ag's best future to look like was a really important discussion to have. So thanks again for that. Director Ullman, I really want to thank. I was really thankful to be a part of the Colorado Water Officials Association meeting. It was really wonderful. I mean, really those unsung heroes, I think, are those people working behind the scenes to administer our water rights. We don't think about those individuals very much, but they're on the ground level making sure that the water law is being followed. So thanks. It was really a great opportunity to work with them along the way. And as Director Riss, you mentioned, thanks again to both of you for working to secure those monies for the measuring devices. And thanks for the opportunity to interact on your outreach efforts on the measuring rules. And if anything that I can do, again, to support you in that activity, I think it's important. You know, we can't manage what we can't measure, and I'm willing to be a spokesperson for those efforts, and really looking forward to working with you in that direction. And then also, lastly, on September 27th, really want to thank the CWCB staff. We had a joint meeting with CWCB and CDA staff at Cicada Farms. I invited them both to our farms. We got to talk a little bit about all the wonderful activities that each of the groups were doing. My goal really was there, how can we do more by really doing less? I think we've got great staff by coordinating those efforts. I think this was a first step to really look to see, we all understand the challenges that agriculture is facing and some of the opportunities we have to help them. So I really look forward to continuing to work with CWCB staff. We have another joint meeting planned again to expand it. We're going to invite Kurt. I think this time we're going to let Kurt Russell join us. Last time we didn't let you join, I know. Sorry, Kurt. But we're expanding that outreach really to develop even more what we're doing there. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Commissioner Greenberg, for allowing me to be. Oh, and that was the picture, sorry. So that was the picture of the delegation that we had up in China. Was there one more picture too? I don't remember if there was. And I don't even remember what it was. Oh, yes. So Samyang, this is actually a flour mill in Korea. When you drove up to this building, I thought it was a hospital. You know, looking at the building itself, it was, look at this structure. But inside, actually, those were all where the wheat was being ground that was being imported into Korea. So, and Samyang also is a company that represents pharmaceuticals and biotechnology as well. So it was a really interesting trip, and hopefully we can have continued relationships with them. So thank you.
You see why we have to have Robert Sakata give an update, because he gets a round of applause every time. But on another note, I can't tell you how grateful I am to have somebody like Robert. It was 5 days before our flights were set to leave to Taipei, and I was not able to go last minute, and I called Robert on a Sunday night and said, any chance you're willing and able to get on a plane in 5 days for a trade mission representing the state of Colorado? And without hesitation, he said yes, and immediately showed me that Broncos suit that he was planning to take. So always representing Colorado. But the trade mission is one great example of the market access work that we do at CDA. Just to build on that, last year we did a trade mission to Taiwan. We hosted an in-country delegation that visited Colorado just last month. And with this growing relationship, we've been able to actually ship 3 containers worth of Colorado beverages over to Taiwan as part of our business arrangements. But of course, Robert's mission was also diplomacy and making sure that Colorado has a presence with our partners across the world. We're also just as focused on developing our local and regional food system investments. One key area that's something we're building out right now is our community food access tax credit. So we've been able the last year to put grant money into small retailers and small farmers who are looking to expand food access in food insecure areas. That work, the grants are over, and now we are transitioning into a tax credit. So these are helping mini marts, corner stores, small farmers with farm stand, with cold storage, with all sorts of access to fresh food that helps both our producers gain market access and retailers help sell their products, hopefully at a more affordable price to communities who need it. And just shout out to our amazing local food team, overseen by Michelle Meyer up in Routt County, and Mickey Davis and Adonai Cuevas, who run that and have really helped CDA develop lots of very personal and close relationships with these businesses who have never worked with CDA prior. In addition to that, so of course market access is one of our foundational strategies. The next one is advancing stewardship, and that includes helping implement the water plan. We're glad to be able to have the capacity now to do that work. So a few items under our stewardship work. We have actually a second tax credit that is on the books at CDA. So we are learning a lot about how to build and administer these programs. Starting in 2026, farmers and ranchers who have implemented in the tax year they're applying for practices that contribute towards stewardship, these are all terms we will be defining in rule this year, will be able to access or at least be eligible for a tax credit to incentivize their stewardship practices. The total money for this program is only $3 million, so there will be a lot of questions about, wait list, who gets in the door, when, all of those things. So I want to make sure it's on everyone's radar that we will be working on the rulemaking for this program this winter. So if you're interested in how do we define regenerative agriculture, interested in what practices should be incentivized and how we actually make this meaningful at scale, and what I mean by that is if you're 2 acres, if you're 10,000, if you're range, if you're cropland, how do you find yourself in this program? So we got to be building that with our community. We're also really focused on shoring up our STAR Soil Health Program, and just again, thank you to everyone who's participated in that. Tomorrow you'll hear from my staff who will be presenting to the board as we look for longer-term permanent funding. We have been able to build out the STAR Soil Health Program because we've been successful with federal grants, some state recovery money, and actually the seed money for it was private grant dollars. So we are now looking down kind of the pipeline of the downslope of a lot of that grant money, especially the $25 million from the USDA, and looking at how do we make sure we maintain the core of this program and the services for our producers going forward. And then lastly, we're on the conservation front. We are at the tail end of hiring our conservation division director. I'll be very excited to introduce them to you at our next meeting, if not prior. So lots moving there as always. Our third major strategic area is supporting young people in ag and the next generation. And the one item of note for this meeting is we are December 10th opening up our applications for interns. We have our Ag Workforce Development Program, which pays farm and ag and ranch businesses and interns to build internships around the state. We have over 40 interns placed on farms and ranches every year. And the majority, about 75% of that money, up to $5,000, goes to pay the intern. The rest is overhead for the ag business. So really proud of this program. It's been in statute since 2018. And then we'll be focused on building more of a leadership network, both with this program and the scholarships we're able to provide. But I feel very passionate about this. I started in farming as an intern, and it really opened a whole world to me that I didn't know was there. And so that's the kind of thing we hope to be able to offer to our interns in this program. And then our fourth area of focus, animal health and welfare. High path avian influenza. I just need to give a shout out to our state veterinarian, Dr. Maggie Baldwin. She has really led Colorado through an unprecedented outbreak. We are used to dealing with high path AI in poultry, but this year it crossed over into dairy cattle, as well as some human cases, all of whom have recovered, and symptoms were mild, but still it was a different kind of disease response this year. Dr. Baldwin led us as the first state, and now still only state in the nation, to implement mandatory dairy testing, dairy milk testing. So we are every week testing the raw milk in the bulk tanks. And we've been able to do that in large part because of the cooperation with the dairy and poultry industries. Some of the challenge with this outbreak is that the virus actually spills over from dairy into poultry. So we brought both industries together to work on solutions, and it was clear that, you know, this being novel this year, dairy doesn't want to be impacting poultry. And so they really looked at this and said, we should be testing, we should be doing this work to protect our whole ag industry. And, you know, just from a regulatory standpoint, that you couldn't have asked for a better way to implement a regulatory action on ag than having ag at the table saying this is important and necessary for us to do. So currently, we at our peak in August had 64 commercial dairies affected by high path AI. They were bulk tank testing every week. Food supply remains safe. There's ways we manage the milk product depending on if there's clinical signs on the line in the dairy herd. And as of just later last month, we are disease-free on all 64 of those premises, and all of those premises are out of quarantine, so they're back just business as usual. We are continuing to test to make sure we know the disease status in Colorado, but this is Colorado's state of play while states all around us are seeing big outbreaks and dealing with it. And again, we might be back in a cycle, who knows, but just kudos to Dr. Baldwin for taking such strong early leadership that we're in a disease-free on our dairy herd right now. I also want to mention on animal health and welfare, January 1 is when 100% cage-free kicks in Colorado. What that means is all eggs produced or sold in Colorado, so that could be produced by out-of-state producers, will be cage-free by statute. It's actually statute that was supported by the egg industry a few years ago. So the industry was moving this way because of consumer demand, and they supported the legislation to get us here. It's been a 2-year onboarding, so folks are adapting. Of course, for our poultry folks, they've been hit by high path at the same time. So they are doing a great job managing for both of these, but cage-free is everyone's head in that direction. And then I think, as I mentioned our last meeting, we stood up a new division of animal welfare led by Joe Stafford, who's just hit the ground running. So we're really excited to be able to expand. Our regulatory programs are staying the same, but expand our education and outreach around animal welfare and be able to provide more equine welfare support through grants and education as well. The winter storm that we had a couple weeks ago now, speaking of snowpack and moisture, especially down in southern Colorado and Los Animas County in particular, hit that part of the state real hard. And the reason I bring it up is really because, one, CDA's emergency response capacity. We now have the ability to have somebody in the EOC, both state and local, and we were able to do that for this storm event. I just want to give a shout out to Dan Frazen and Jerry Casebold on my team, who were fielding phone calls from producers who couldn't reach their cattle. They were working with the county commissioners, the state, public safety, CDOT on how to get equipment on county roads so that folks could get to their cattle, get hay and water, and they really have alleviated a lot of the pressure. Now we're in recovery, and we actually have the capacity to help producers in the recovery phase too. So just a expansion, again, 2 people has made such an immense difference at CDA for how we can help the ag community. Just my last few items. As Director Gibbs mentioned, our budget was released in the November 1 budget with the governor. We have 2 main items, really 3, but one is a no-cost item. So the first one, I've mentioned our responsibilities on disease traceability. A lot of our funding is federal. That funding is decreasing. Costs are going up. We're asking for a modest half an FTE and $137,000 to support our disease, foreign animal disease work. And then the number 2, again, soil health program, looking for that stable funding. We're asking for just under $300,000 and 2 FTE, who would likely not be additional. It would be folks that we already have on board, but whom are grant funded that we keep on for the program. And then our third budget item is a long bill reorganization. If you look at our long bill line items, it's not reflective of how we're actually organized and structured, so it's hard to tell how much money is actually going to the plant division versus the conservation versus ICS. So we're going to clean that up and make that more transparent. And I'm sitting very close to Director Boucher, whom I always want to thank at these meetings, because while we talk water, we are working on wolves together. And we just had our Parks and Wildlife meeting last week down in Lamar. CDA and Parks and Wildlife continue to work hand in glove to build out a number of resources in preparation for the next wolf reintroduction. For CDA, it's primarily range riding, support with outreach and education, carcass management, and then supporting CPW and site assessments. All of these things are ways Director Boucher has helped shape our thinking and really help bring people to the table to do this work, so we couldn't do it without your tireless work on this effort. We were also able to bring on 2 new field folks. We're actually going to have range riders on our staff who will have trucks and trailers and ATVs and hopefully horses to be out on the range with our producers, doing non-lethal control, hazing, and a lot of outreach and education. So Jessie Lassiter is joining our team from Bayfield, Colorado, and Shelby Nieberger, who's actually a brand inspector of mine. She's moving back home to the Western Slope to be our Northwest range rider and field specialist. So really excited about those additions to our team and the work we have going on there. And then lastly, thank you, Director Felt, for welcoming my senior team to Salida just a few weeks ago. That was a real treat. I've since been able to, I attended BeaverCon and, got to spend some time with folks in the beaver world, which is always fun. We had our big annual wine event, Colorado Uncorked, celebrating Colorado's wine and ag-related industry. And then just last week was the Regenerate Conference hosted by Kavira Coalition, Holistic Management, and American Grass-Fed Association. And this week, we're kicking off conference season this month, as you guys know. So Farmers Union Convention, Farm Bureau, and Colorado counties. Looking forward to seeing folks and a lot of our ag producers at those various events. And that's it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Greenberg. Any questions or comments? Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the kind words, Commissioner Greenberg, and I, want to give my gratitude to CDA for, your efforts in being such a leader in the conversation with wolves. It's just a reminder to everybody that, reintroduction 2.0 is coming very fast. And so these programs that Commissioner Greenberg talked about the range riders and carcass management and stuff, this is gonna happen fast. And I appreciate CDA's efforts and Parks and Wildlife as well. I just wanna remind though that things are going to move quickly, and there continues to be, in my world, a strong recognition that everything in natural resources in this state kind of spills into one bucket in their eyes. So a reminder, people in this room, that updates about that I don't think is a waste of time, because I think that we will see impacts. Thank you again.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Anyone else? So when I said the Department of Ag was close to the first one, did you guys all hear Lauren gasp? Sorry, Lauren, it's kind of like in a family. It's not like you don't have favorite kids, but some are easier to love.
I just don't want to expand the rivalry between CWCB and DWR, because now we're going to have.
Well, talking about easy or not easy to love, we're going no.
The least easy to love is
Yeah. No, we're not gonna say that, right? So, yeah, you said it, so, Director Holman, turn it over to you.
So I do have a few slides. Lauren and I maybe will tag team and plan. Last time she had slides and I did not, so. There's a few things I wanted to explain, so I needed some diagrams to do that. But I'll start by thanking Denver Water for hosting us today. It's great to be here in this facility. I actually haven't been here before, so it's a beautiful facility. There's a lot going on, as everybody knows, around water and with DWR. I think, Robert Sakata mentioned CWOA. We've had a lot of, our falls are usually full of fall meetings, going around the state to each of our 7 water divisions to, one, recognize the work that our staff have done throughout the year to administer water, give out awards to staff. The Water Commissioner of the Year Award is a tradition that goes back many, many years for DWR. And so I had the pleasure of doing that for the first time this year as state engineer. That was really, I was grateful to be able to do that. CWOA, the Colorado Water Officials Association, was held in October in Steamboat, and was really successful. Another chance for our staff to kind of get together from across the state and learn what is going on in different divisions. As many of you know, each basin is different. Each basin has different administrative schemes, and it's helpful for our staff to learn from each other on how and what's going on in other basins. I've spent some time at the Northern Symposium doing a presentation, and I was at the Republican River Water Conservation District Board yesterday in Ray, so still trying to travel around and get to know the folks. I do want to talk snowpack just briefly. So this is from 5 days ago, and as I think has been mentioned, there was a huge snowstorm in the southeastern portion of the state, but prior to that, there's been some significant storms in the southern part of the state, which would be unusual for what was predicted to be a La Nina year, but you see over 200% in some basins that have been missed in the past many years, like the Rio Grande and the Arkansas. In fact, Russ Schumacher, the state climatologist, his recent article about that storm on the Eastern Plains was that it was the second largest snowpack accumulation on the Eastern Plains in history, second only to a storm from 1947 in terms of water content. So that, and at the Republican meeting yesterday, I heard from a lot of people that got 2-3 inches of moisture, which is really unusual. So, and very welcome this time of year as they get ready to go into the winter. This is the Rio Grande just 5 days ago, and in a minute you'll realize why I didn't pull it from today. But so I put on here, this year is in black, and then there's 3 other years, 1992, 2007, and 2017. And you'll see that this year we are at least as high as all 3 of those years. And I put those on there because those are the past 3 state engineers starting years as well: Simpson, Dick Wolf, Kevin Ryan. So I'm going to take credit for the highest snowpack in the last 3 state engineers starting years for now. However, I think that line has gone a little bit sideways, and so it might not be as high. Hal might be in the lead right now. So anyway, but this is a support group for state engineers at lunch a few weeks ago. So some specific updates that I'd like to provide on some things that are going on around the state. So one is the Supreme Court released their decision in Parker versus Rhine, which was a case on non-tributary groundwater. And without going into a lot of detail, our permitting staff have been applying a total volumetric limit to non-tributary permits outside the Denver Basin. Per statute, that basically, it directs us to calculate the total amount available for withdrawal under somebody's property as a 100-year supply. You divide that by, basically you can pull 1% of that every year, and you get to the end of that, and you have now used your allocation, because the other people around you also own the water under their property. So if you continue to pump, you will pump those other folks' water, right? And so, that was, Parker was arguing that they should continue to pump, and that total volumetric limit should not be applied to permits. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the state engineer. We were very thankful to have Chris Stork argue this case in front of the Supreme Court. He's unfortunately now with CWCB, but he did a wonderful job, and the Supreme Court actually maybe even went a little farther than we expected them to, and I'll just read from the ruling. The court concludes that under the plain language of section 3790-137 and the statewide non-tributary groundwater rules, any well permit issued for the withdrawal of non-tributary groundwater from the Denver Basin aquifers necessarily imposes a total volumetric limit on the amount of water that may be withdrawn, whether expressly stated or not, unless an underlying water court decree determining a right to use that water explicitly provides otherwise. So that gives our permitting staff some, certainty in what they can put in these permits, and that, the legislature did intend to protect other folks' right to that non-tributary water and not just let it be pumped, after that 100-year supply has been exhausted. DWR is proposing a bill, and I think it may have been mentioned briefly, but to make some technical changes to streamline processes for staff, the public, and the AG's office. One of those is to modernize the well expiration, and so it would automatically expire, and somebody could come in and then re-up that permit if they wanted to. But right now, the process requires us to send out notices to everybody, and it's overly burdensome, and so this would basically make it a simpler, more streamlined process. A second part of that, to eliminate the final permitting requirements for non-Denver Basin bedrock aquifer wells in the designated basin. And the last, and that also is to kind of basically make a high capacity and small capacity wells, the same things apply, so make it more consistent. And then the last one is to split the decennial abandonment process, which is an every 10-year process directed by statute that the state engineer's office must go through, into two groups. And the reasoning behind this is something that the Supreme Court Water Court Committee has considered before as well, is that it's a huge burden on not just the DWR staff every 10 years to go through our database and pull the water rights that haven't been used for the past 10 years and decide which ones are going to end up on the list. And then it becomes a burden on the AG's office to pursue cases that are protested in that. And to do that for all 7 divisions, may have had some impact on staff retention at the AG's office, as well as DWR. And so our proposal is to split that into 2 and have divisions 1, 2, and 3 go in 1 year, and then the other 4 divisions go 5 years later, so that it spreads out the workload better than how it currently is. So, and then it would not change anything else about the abandonment process. The first round, obviously, one group would have 15 years prior to that next filing. So it'd be 2030 and 2035. But following that, it would go back to that every 10-year abandonment process. So the only change would be to split it into 2 pieces. The first status conference after the Supreme Court decision on the Texas v. New Mexico case was held. And the new special master, Debrick Smith, directed us to mediate, the states and the federal government to mediation. And that mediation will be occurring December 10th, 11th, and 12th in Washington, D.C. And so some AG's representatives and myself and my division engineer from Division 3 will be attending that, as well as representatives from Texas, New Mexico, and the federal government, and we will see how that mediation goes. And then the next couple, I've got some slides on here. So these next 2 items address some issues that have been in the media recently. And I don't know if some of you have read some of the articles, but the first one is there was an article about Grand Valley Irrigation Company's concerns about the SCPP program and the state engineer's office decision to reduce the call demand at the Cameo diversion. So the Grand Valley Irrigating Canal takes their water out of the Colorado River at the same location as a number of other structures, the Highline Canal, the Orchard Mesa, and the total amount that can be diverted at that head gate is 1,950 CFS. And so SCPP, there was approximately 1,500 acres that were applied for in the SCPP program in the Grand Valley Irrigating Company system. That, those applications explicitly state that they're not going to use their water for its decreed purpose, right? Because they're going to conserve it and they're not going to irrigate their land. And, if you think about what administration is, what we do when we administer the river, we are taking a call from a structure such as Cameo. If it's not met, so we're looking at the supply in the river, if it's not met, we are going upstream from that head gate and we're curtailing other water rights to bring water down so that that structure can actually make beneficial use of the water. In this case, there was a certain number of applicants that indicated they weren't going to be using their water for its decreed beneficial purpose. And through some conversations with Grand Valley that I had, we determined that a 1 CFS to 64 acre reduction in their call demand would be appropriate to affect basically that we're not curtailing other people to bring water down to a water right that we know is not being used for its decreed purpose. And so that reduction amounted to 25 CFS maximum reduction. So essentially, during the period when the call is on, we would only attempt to bring down 1,925 CFS instead of 1,950. Now, one thing about this is that 25 CFS in a 2,000 CFS system is not even really within the accuracy of the measurement at that structure, because a good measurement is 5%. But the primary effect of this was that the call came on a couple days later than it would have otherwise, which allowed some West Slope could have allowed some other West Slope entities to take water. There were some concerns that perhaps Trans Mountain Diversions took water, which was not the case because of a couple reasons. The Shoshone call was also on at this time, which is the controlling call above Shoshone, and then the Twin Lakes Tunnel had some construction at Grizzly Reservoir that was not, they were taking water by exchange. So any water that was additionally taken during that 2 days of non-call would have been taken by West Slope entities. Now, if more people participate and that call reduction goes up, would that change? Possibly. But I guess what I just wanted to make sure people understand, if you read the article in the Colorado Sun, that's what we're talking about. We are, shutting other water users off to bring water to a structure. It has to be used for its decreed beneficial purpose for us to do that. So that's the one issue. If there's any questions, I can answer them now or after the end of my second item. So the second item that's been of concern is this study that was done by some folks at the University of Virginia. It was really more of a commentary than a study about closing a loophole in our water rights system in Colorado, and indicated that the state engineer should help protect the state from the consequences of a compact call by curtailing use that happens during Free River. So we just talked about how we administer the river in priority. Free River is when that's not happening, right? So there's nobody calling for water or telling us that they're not satisfied. And so people can take water. That primarily occurs during the spring, when there's heavy flows in the river. People use that to put water into storage in Free River. They use it to put water in the ground in the Chamichi Valley area to bring water up to the root zone. So they're using it for a valuable purpose. This is not something that, that the state engineer can just change, as most of you know, because The right to divert the unappropriated water of any natural stream to beneficial uses shall never be denied, as stated in the Constitution. I can't change the Constitution, nor would I feel like it would be necessary or appropriate. The suggestion that we curtail free river uses in Colorado is a suggestion that we curtail uses without compensation that people are using for valuable purposes. And in the article that was in the, I think it was also in the Colorado Sun, but they interviewed Kathleen Curry, who lives in the Gunnison Valley, and she spoke pretty eloquently about what uses they use that free river water for and why it's important for that to continue. And then the other part of that study, I would say, one of the dangers of having the best amount of data in pretty much the entire Western United States, Colorado has more data on diversions than any other state, is that people can take that data and pull it out of our system and use it for things that it wasn't really intended for. Our data is intended to help our staff do their job and administer the river, not to do big studies like this. So this is a graph from that study that purports to show in the blue diversions within decrees, and then in the orange excess diversions, because they claim this is not legal. These are clearly legal diversions under the Constitution. So if you look at the very top of that line, that would be the total amount taken at these structures as they pulled them out of our diversion records, and are saying that that's how they're calculating the amount that they claimed is being used under free river conditions. We pulled the data ourselves and aggregated the data into the total diverted in Division 5. This is Division 5 only, so the main stem of the Colorado. And that red line is the actual total diversions of all the structures in Division 5. So there is some clear, we also looked at the data they used. There's some clear misuse of data on storage water that was released and then diverted by structures that shouldn't be considered free river diversion. That's water stored in priority delivered to structures, which is why you see, I think, some large spikes later in the year. That's diversions of storage water, not diversions of natural flow. So I guess this is just intended to point out that the data they used is pretty poor, or the way that they used our data was pretty poor. So in case you get questions about this, because I have heard about it around in my travels around the state, are you going to push back against this study that claims that we shouldn't be using water during free river conditions? So I think that's it. If there are any questions on any of those things.
Yes, Director McClellan.
Well, Jason, I know you were interviewed for the Colorado Sun article, but have you shared that last graph with the press? Because I think that's very good illustration of why their data is poor.
We shared in the interview, I shared in the interview our concerns, but we did not share the graph. I actually just recently made that graph. I had a less high quality one I wasn't really comfortable sharing with them, but yes, it does very, very clearly highlight the problems of using the data in the way that they did. So potentially we could share it with the press.
I'd like to get copies of those slides, please.
I can do that.
Thank you. Yeah, Director Bill.
It might be interesting too to combine the free river diversions, or call out the free river diversions that make up part of our 3.5 to 4.5 million acre feet in that infographic that Brian's been working on to show upper basin use, but to demonstrate that even with the free river diversions, we're so far below our share, so to speak, of the compact that even going outside of our own constitution and looking at, say, the law of the river, we're well within our apportionment.
And that's a good point. I think that if you put on a bar graph, the amount of free river diversion as part of the total 3.5 to 4.5 million that we use in the upper basin, it's a very tiny portion. I think the amount that they calculated, what we can go with the data is that they very highly overestimated the actual consumptive use that occurs in Free River. But the real problematic premise that I think is what you're probably all hearing in some of the lower basin talking points is that this assumes that we have some responsibility to curtail people and send water downstream. We are not using our 7.5 million acre feet allocated under the compact. We're using well less than that. So I don't have, and the Colorado doesn't have a responsibility to curtail people's Free River diversions to send additional water downstream. And it's kind of this continued narrative that's being pushed that we should be sharing in the shortage that I think is false. So thank you for.
Yeah, Director Moody.
Thank you, Director Combs. So related to that, I know there's also been some chatter in the news media about whether you or the state should proactively engage in like a rulemaking process on how we would implement curtailment. I know this came up a few years ago as well, and your predecessor did a very eloquent job of explaining, at least at that time, why he didn't think that it was ripe. And so I was just curious if that's something you can speak to.
So I'm going to defer my speaking about that to this afternoon in the Colorado River updates. Amy Ostick and I will be addressing that this afternoon. That way I can let the others that have time just, yeah. I have some slides on that, so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Director. I really appreciate it. Division of Wildlife, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Matt Nickel. I am the Assistant Director for Aquatic Wildlife Resources, and it's great to be with you all. Director Davis sends his regrets for not being here, but I'm glad to be with you. So first I'm gonna just start off with some staffing updates. As Director Gibbs indicated, and as is obvious with me being here, Rob Harris, our water team manager, has moved on to a new role with the AG's office. I have to give you a bit of a grin and a little bit of a poke for. He actually, when he told me though, he said it was his dream job. So you can't deny or push back on anybody wanting their dream job. So he's excited about it, and certainly we're going to miss him. I want to just speak for a minute and thank Rob publicly though, because he's been such a special part of CPW and a special part of our water team. So his last day was last Friday. I spent as much time as possible with him last week trying to wrap my feeble brain around all of the things that Rob and his team do. And we want to thank him for all his hard work, his expertise, and his great leadership. He's always quick to give credit to the amazing team that he leads at CPW, but I know they have cherished his leadership, his wisdom, and the caring way that he has done his job these past few years. I had the privilege of starting to work with Rob several years ago when we were colleagues in the Aquatic and Terrestrial Natural Resources branch. But it was just about 10 months ago, after some organizational changes at CPW, that we started working really closely together when the water team joined the aquatics branch. And Rob, I really quickly grew to respect how much Rob knew about water and the water world and all of what you all do every day. And he quickly grew probably disgusted with how little I knew about the water world. And he was really patient with all of my questions. And so it's been a great last 10 months of just getting to know him and his staff and getting to know him personally. And so again, I just really want to thank him for everything that he did for CPW over the past few years, and we're really going to miss him. So yeah, on behalf of Director Davis and CPW, we want to again thank him and wish him the best at the Attorney General's office. Moving on with some other staffing changes, I want to introduce Carrie Major to you. Right over there. Carrie has been hired as our new Water Resources Section Coordinator, and she will be working very closely with CWCB staff and this board in her new role, as well as connecting agency needs with funding opportunities. She comes to us from the city of Golden as their water quality lab manager. And while she was in that position, she wore many hats in addition to managing the lab. Carrie's first day at CPW was last Monday, but she's hitting the ground running, getting up to speed, and she's here to represent CPW for the rest of the meeting. Unfortunately, I have to leave this afternoon, but as I said, she's only been here since Monday, so take it easy on her. Going on with some other exciting staffing news, you all know Katie Birch, who is longtime CPW in-stream flow coordinator, often present at these meetings. Her and her husband welcomed a baby boy, Nolan, on November 2nd. And mom and dad and baby are all healthy and doing well. So we are congratulating them. And we're expecting that Katie will be back from maternity leave sometime in mid-January, probably on a part-time basis for a few months. And then I want to give a little bit of an update on the zebra mussel front. CPW has concluded our sampling efforts on the Colorado River due to the water temperatures being too low. So we collected more than 400 samples since we first found the veligers in July, and we've not found any additional veligers since those first veligers were found. BOR and Grand Valley water entities were also sampling, and they haven't found any additional results either. We also, CPW staff had more than 4,000 face-to-face educational contacts with Colorado River users, in addition to implementing a targeted ad campaign in partnership with Wildlife Forever and the BLM, and that had more than 2 million impressions in that ad campaign. And then probably most of you read in the news, the Grand Valley Water Users Association and the Highline Canal implemented a preventative molluscicide treatment in the government Highline Canal. That treatment was performed in consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Reclamation, and us, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, to ensure potential risks to non-target organisms outside of the canal were minimized. And so they performed that successfully. We think, obviously, we won't know the results of that till spring, and freezing temperatures is another way that we're going to hopefully take care of some more of those veligers if they're present. And then in the spring, we'll continue the search for the source of those veligers, as well as look for more opportunities for additional prevention with our partners. With that, I'll conclude my update. Take any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions? Yes.
Matt, welcome. Thank you for the kind words about Rob. We also are very happy to have him. Sorry to steal him away from you, but he'll be a great addition to our team. We did work with your team to create a really special welcome for him. He had a taxidermy crocodile waiting on his desk when he showed up on Monday, and apparently there is a story there that I haven't heard yet, but remind me to show you the picture.
Yeah, I'd like to see a video of that. That's great.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Crocodiles are really big. How big was it?
It filled his office.
I was hoping you just gave him that big of a desk. All right. Matt, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, Water Resources and Power Development. There you go.
Thank you. Keith McLaughlin sends his regrets. He's at the CIFA conference giving a talk today, so I'll be really brief. His report is attached to your board packet, and I'm not going to repeat anything in there. I just wanted to let you know we issued bonds last week. We were in the market a little bit reluctantly given the presidential election, but we hit it right. AAA rates, we got a TIC of about 3.72. We blended that with some of our funds and made 3 loans to Project 7, Buffalo Mountain Metro up in Summit, and the town of Kremling. We were able to blend down the rate to about 3.15 on those 3 drinking water project loans. Right now, we've got about 40 projects in some phase of construction, so we're busy with construction draws and doing the variety of construction inspections that we do. And then we've got about a portfolio of about 300 loans that we monitor as well. This time of year, we're getting ready to monitor audits in 2025 and also getting ready for a new lending year. We anticipate probably using all of our funds in 2025, both in the drinking water and in the clean water programs. We also have a water revenue bond program, which is a pass-through bond issuance program, and a small hydro program. I'll stop there and take any of your questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions, comments? All right, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Okay, we'll go ahead and take our break, and then we'll resume at 10:45. I wish I had anything to do with that. Okay, I think are we ready to go?
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back. Before we get to you, Rob, give me just 1 second. We do need to make an announcement on the agenda for agenda item 10C. That's gonna get bumped to tomorrow if we can get some details worked out on that one. So we will not be addressing agenda item 10C today on the agenda. So with that, we'll go to you, Rob.
Thank you. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. I am presenting agenda item number 5, which is notice of the 2025 in-stream flow appropriations in water divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7. This is an informational item. No board action is required. But pursuant to Rule 5C, staff has provided notice to ISF subscription mailing list on November 19th that at the January or March 2025 board meeting, staff may recommend the board form its intent to appropriate up to 21 ISF water rights. Still hard for me to say 2025, but that's on the horizon, but I guess it is. So this map identifies those 21 in-stream flows included in staff's notice and in the memo that presented to the board. These are a list of the recommendations that staff may believe we can move forward with in 2025, and not necessarily a comprehensive list of all the recommendations we are collecting and processing data on for future years. As you can see from the map, the recommendations are focused in water divisions 4, 5, 6, and you can barely see Burrows Creek right there at the top of division 7. Also on the outside of the map, you can see the logos of the recommended entities for those in-stream flow recommendations, which include Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Bureau of Land Management, American Rivers, Eagle River Coalition, High Country Conservation Advocates, National Park Service, and Western Resource Advocates. So I just want to briefly go over a timeline of where we are and where we're headed. We're currently in this green section of the in-stream flow timeline. And during this past year, staff has been able to visit and conduct field work on all the recommendations provided in the notice. Staff has also performed public outreach, including meetings with county commissioners, landowners, and various other stakeholders. The water availability analysis for each of these recommendations is being completed now, and staff is trying to finalize recommended flow amounts with the recommended entities. Staff will also be publishing notice in local newspapers in the next month, and we've also provided a letter to adjacent landowners to these recommendations, physical letter. So the next step for these recommendations would be in the blue board decision phase. In January 2025, staff may bring recommendations forward and request the board to form their intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights. This kicks off the official notice and comment period described in the in-stream flow rules, which includes public comment at the March CWCB meeting. Any uncontested appropriations may be brought to the board for final action at the May CWCB meeting. And if a recommendation is contested, there may be a hearing that would take place in September. If staff requests the board to form their intent to appropriate on in-stream flow water rights at the March meeting, a modified schedule would be used, and so everything would be pretty much pushed off by another meeting. That's all the information I have for today, but I can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Rob? Thank you, appreciate it. Move on.
Okay. So once again, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 6, which is a presentation from the Colorado Water Trust on the work completed as part of the ISF acquisition contract. This is also an informational item and no board action is required. Before the Water Trust starts, I just want to provide a small amount of background information. So the CWCB executed a multi-year contract with the Water Trust in March of 2023 for $600,000 to assist the CWCB with evaluations of proposed in-stream flow acquisitions and monitoring of the use of that acquired water. And with that, I'd like to introduce Kate Ryan, who's the Executive Director of the Colorado Water Trust.
Good morning, directors. Rob, thank you for the introduction. Kate Ryan, Executive Director of the Colorado Water Trust. Just a little bit of background on the Colorado Water Trust for those of you who might be a little bit newer to the board. We've been around since 2001. Colorado Water Trust is a statewide nonprofit, and we were formed with the mission to add water to Colorado streams and rivers, and primarily doing that so in order to amplify the acquisition program of the CWCB's in-stream flow and lake protection staff. We work all over the state, and in this map you would see bullet points that highlight where our ongoing projects are located. We have a lot of other projects in development, but I'm going to speak with you today about projects we have operated in 2024 and that are related to the CWCB's in-stream flow program. So there are a fair amount of projects that we have that result in more water in Colorado's rivers that don't use the in-stream flow program, but the stars on this map indicate where there are projects that do pertain to the in-stream flow program in particular. So over our lifetime, we've added over 74 billion gallons or 24 billion gallons of water back to Colorado streams and rivers in over 600 miles. Just a little bit more about the contract we have. It's the fourth of this type of contract. It's a 4-year contract with spending divided over 4 years. The purpose of the contract is for Colorado Water Trust to help the Colorado Water Conservation Board with the acquisition of both permanent and temporary in-stream flow water rights. And I also wanted to mention leveraging for that contract. It's a $600,000 contract. And what Colorado Water Trust does is we roll that into the other assets that we use for our projects. So if I look back at the dollars we've spent and the funds we've raised from grants and contracts over the past year for staff time, for instance, we have so far spent approximately $200,000 coming from other sources to complement the $150,000 that we will have spent over the entire 12 months using our CWCB contract. This year in 2024, the Colorado Water Trust operated 6 different projects that are permanent and that boost flows in rivers across the state. So these projects are mostly changes of water rights. They're located on, our very first one was on the Blue River, Boulder Creek tributary to the Blue. Down near Crested Butte is a permanent project in the Durango area. And those projects are significant because they operate year over year. We have other projects that are temporary. And with those temporary projects, we typically consult with the ongoing water right owners over whether they want to implement those projects in a given year. But these 6 projects operate every single year. They do benefit about 80 miles of stream. And one project in particular that I wanted to mention is on the Little Cimarron River. That's a really interesting project where Colorado Water Trust purchased a water right out of foreclosure over 10 years ago. That water right it remains in ownership of the Colorado Water Trust, but we have dedicated or sold to the CWCB a permanent right to use that water for in-stream flow purposes on a split season basis. We also have dedicated a permanent grant of irrigation use to the landowner who diverts that water and can use it for irrigation on a split season basis. So that's a really interesting one. And this year in particular, the Colorado Water Trust has been doing some work in the river. Downstream, there's a sweeping structure that we worked with landowners to get permission to replace that will have fish passage as well. And so in future years, we'll be able to operate that project on a full-scale basis. It's been dialed back in the past. We also work on a fair number of projects that do not involve in-stream flow per se, but that may involve in-stream flow in the future. And I mention those because we do use some of our contract dollars on those projects. Typically what we do a lot of outreach to water users. I'll talk about the impact of that in just a moment. We work with water users to develop projects, and there are just a ton of different legal tools in Colorado that we can use and that water users can use if they want to protect water in their local stream or improve local stream flows. And so some of the projects that we work on, like the Slater Creek project, is something that we started investigating. We started using our contract dollars on that. Pretty quickly, it looked like that project would operate under a water conservation program in 2024. Under a water conservation program, there's protected water rights that can be, there can be a non-diversion agreement for those water rights. So those water rights did boost flows in Slater Creek this summer, but they weren't protected as in-stream flow per se. And so something that I wanted you to know is that as soon as we start working on that project as a water conservation project, we no longer use our CWCB dollars to do that work. We look to other sources. But that's a great project because we're hoping that it will turn into a 5 and 10 temporary in-stream flow project in future years. We've also been working on the Fraser River with the Grand County Irrigated Land Company to put flows from their Vale Ditch in coordination with Denver Water back into the Fraser headwaters. And the Wheeler Ditch is a project near Aspen that has boosted flows in the Roaring Fork River for 4 out of the last 10 years and could turn into an in-stream flow project in the future. I wanted to dive into just a couple of our projects with significant impact in more detail. I'm happy to answer questions, and if you want to look at other projects, you can find that map on our website as well and click on any of those bubbles to see what's happening in your area. One thing we did work on this year was a in-stream flow loan of water rights from Stagecoach Reservoir to the CWCB for in-stream flow use. Colorado Water Trust has been working with the CWCB on this project for quite some time. We had a 3 and 10 temporary loan approved in 2012, and that has turned into a new 5 and 10 temporary loan under the 2020 legislation. So that's been a very impactful project. In this project, the CWCB this year leased water from Stagecoach Reservoir that was released to the Yampa River. That water is protected as in-stream flow for 6 miles of in-stream flow reach. But because of the diversion patterns in that area, the water travels a lot farther. It gets all the way down to the city of Steamboat Springs, 22 miles further. And you can see in this graph what the releases look like. They're really significant to the Yampa River. From July through October, so those leases at times amounted to almost 50% of the flows in the river and kept the river above the minimum in-stream flow rate, which is demarcated in black. The improved rate would be in blue. So at times we get up closer to that. CWCB paid for the water leased out of Stagecoach using Policy 19 funding this year at a volume of approximately 4,600 acre feet. There was a little bit extra that the Colorado Water Trust paid for through fundraising from foundation and individual donors. Another project that operated this year I'm really, really pleased about is on the Cache-la-Poudre River. For well over 10 years, Colorado Water Trust has been working with local stakeholders to put together a plan for augmentation of in-stream flow on the Poudre. One of the reasons this is so significant is geographically. If you look at this map, there are quite a few in-stream flow water rights on the western side, that's in the foothills, but when you get out into the plains in Colorado between Fort Collins and Greeley, Windsor, all that area, there is no in-stream flow protection. Some of that is due to water rights, water availability. Some of that is due to this just being an incredibly hardworking and complex river with numerous exchanges and augmentation plans. And so it's not a natural fit for the CWCB's typical in-stream flow appropriation system. So there are no in-stream flow water rights appropriated in that area. And then between the two stars is the location on the Poudre River, almost 57 miles, where we have applied in water court for an augmentation plan. And that plan will augment in-stream flow. This year, we we're not done with our water court process yet, but we did apply to the state and division engineers for a substitute water supply plan. And so we were able to pilot the project, basically. The city of Thornton, also Fort Collins and Greeley are the entities with water that is going to be protected as in-stream flow augmentation water in this plan. And this year, we operated the pilot using Thornton water for 4 days in October. It was about 140 acre feet of water at the top of the reach. By the time that water got down to the confluence with Greeley, it was closer to 125 acre feet due to transit losses. So really interesting to look at what happens. And apologies, these pictures are a little bit dark, but it had a significant impact on the river. You can see this is down at Lincoln Street near Greeley. There are rocks sticking out of the river. When the Thornton water comes through and is protected by the CWCB to augment in-stream flow use, the river is much more healthy. Those rocks are gone. So we're pretty pleased about that. And that was within preserve and improve ranges for that reach. Another thing that I wanted to let you know about what we do with our money is something we call a request for water program. We do a lot of analysis of offers of water rights. Water right owners typically come to the Water Trust and say, hey, I have a water right. Are you interested in potentially doing a project with me? 2024 was pretty typical. We had 15 offers of water rights. Some of them we looked at more closely than others. You know, we get a fair amount of water rights that are abandoned or just not suitable for a conversion from tradition, whatever they're decreed for, to in-stream flow use by the CWCB. But a fair number of them, and more recently, I'd say, are good candidates. And so we look more closely at those water rights and present the water right owners with a series of opportunities for what they could do with their water if they want to use their water for in-stream flow purposes on a permanent or temporary basis. So out of the 15 offers that we got this year, there are 4 projects that are in early development and hopefully will turn into in-stream flow projects. Offers came from divisions 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. And then the other thing that the Colorado Water Trust staff does is travel and give presentations all around the state. One thing I did want to mention about the Water Trust and those presentations, we were formerly headquartered in Denver. We've moved to being a statewide organization. We have a few staff in Boulder County. Our PO box is in Denver. We also have staff in Salida, Buena Vista, Durango, and Ignacio. So we have, a fair amount of staff who are able to connect with water users in different locations and work on that outreach and development of projects. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kate. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Thanks for the work you're doing, appreciate it. Oh, Director Boucher, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say hi, Kate.
Hi,
It was a great
Director
presentation.
Boucher.
Thanks for all the good work you do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going, you're back up, Rob, or no? Okay.
Good morning, Kaylee White, CWCB staff. I'm with the in-stream flow program, and this is a introduction for rulemaking. So this is a no action item today, but it does help support kind of some of the projects that Kate was just talking about. So there's the bill, Senate Bill 197, Section 2, was added a new law that we can use stored water released for an in-stream flow, use where we do not have an existing in-stream flow water right. So we'll be doing a rulemaking on that. So guess I'm in charge of the slides. Okay. All right, there. So we're just going to amend the in-stream flow Rule 6K to meet the requirements of the new bill. It will be codified at the temporary loan statute, which is 3783-1051C. It's a new subsection. to allow that stored water to be used on the streams where there's not existing in-stream flow. Our last rulemaking was in 2021. We don't do these very often, but we do them when we need to. Okay, so we're currently drafting the proposed revisions to the rule. So you have a memo on this in your board packet. But again, section 2 is just like a paragraph or two of that full bill. So we'll be needing to modify the definitions of the expedited and the renewable loans in that statute, the notice requirements for both types of the loans, when this stored water is being used. And we'll update the procedure for evaluating, requesting approval, making findings for those loans when they're being used for this purpose. So rulemaking process. So we're going to be holding the informal stakeholder meetings. The first one's going to be in about mid-December, and that's going to be virtual only. We're going to follow up with Water Congress in January, at the January meeting, and we're confirmed for the workshop day. So for Wednesday morning, we'll be presenting a workshop on the rulemaking. And at that time, we'll have the draft of the edits to the rules. So after that, and after the stakeholder process is over, then we can come back to the board to request authorization to proceed to the formal rulemaking. We're thinking that that could happen as early as March of 2025, depending on stakeholder input. If we need to travel around the state, if we get more requests, we'll hold more stakeholder meetings. So then we're required to have a rulemaking hearing, which we'll do probably in July, around July of 2025, in conjunction with the meeting, with the board meeting. So if everything goes smoothly, the rules can be effective by September of 2025. So does anybody have any questions on these?
Any questions? Yes, Director Phil.
I'm curious about a couple things with this. Just wondering, is there a investigation that you go through to determine the need or benefit, or ensuring that we're not inadvertently negatively impacting the environment?
Well, is part of because there is not an existing in-stream flow in some of these reaches, like for instance, out of Stagecoach Reservoir, we have in-stream flow on part of the segment of the Yampa that the water's being used in, but not every segment. So we'd have to consult with CPW to set new flow rates for the preserve and the improved numbers for the natural environment. So, and then that would be a board item after we get those recommendations and those presentations. So there's a whole process too.
Similar then to an in-stream flow?
Appropriation?
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat, but it's for the acquisition, so it's a little bit different.
Okay. And then the other question I was wondering about is if it's someone's loaning a water right, let's say that was previously used for irrigation, is there any sort of delayed return flow type of accommodation that's made with all this, or is it really simplified down? Just leave the water, don't divert it?
Well, actually, the temporary loan program has to go through a DWR approval process.
Okay.
So these will go through, and Division of Water Resources has some obligations under the statute too, to do an injury analysis. So all of that would be not part of this rulemaking, but part of the overall analysis once it gets to an individual project, because it does go to DWR and then they have their own statutes to follow.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I was just going to ask you, managing a reservoir, when you do these storage contracts with several entities that then would want to participate in this, in the rulemaking, is it going to contemplate how we're going to navigate that? So I guess it'd be up to the person storing their water, but DWR with their oversight. And I'm thinking, like I said, in my only little postage stamp of Colorado, an in-stream flow would only technically work most of the time out of season, but then it's gonna have a direct impact on the compact. And so for us, will that all come out in the rulemaking? I'm assuming how we're gonna deal with that. Is that gonna be part of DWR's obligation of oversight and approval of these loans using reservoir water? Because we have the Article 7 restrictions, we have so many other things. Is it gonna have to get down in the weeds that deep, or is that gonna be the local divisions? Do you foresee how that's gonna be managed?
Well, this particular rulemaking is just adding a little piece to the existing rules. So if you look at the temporary loan statute, the 3783-105 statute, there's already a lot of public notice. It's probably close to a year-long process, 6 months to a year-long process. Several public notices, and once DWR gets the request, then there's a public process there as well. So this is just adding a little piece to an existing process that's already in place.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Do we need to take motion on that? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a no action.
Okay. Okay, Director Vasquez?
Nathan, if I might have a question, just curious how you protect the release from diversion downstream if there's no in-stream protection, and maybe I missed a detail.
Yes, thank you for the question. So that's what the bill is intended to do, is to change that ability, because right now, well, with the law before this bill, we couldn't protect it from diversion if you release from a reservoir for a stream use. But because of this bill and because of the process that we'll go through in the public notice and the reviews, we will be able to protect that release from diversion downstream. So that's really the purpose of the bill. So that's a really good question.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, so then do you have a motion for us there, or do we have to? We don't have any action.
It's just an informational item.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. I can, well, you still have to take action on approving them, like if you approve to continue, so that's what I thought, sorry.
Oh, that's
Director
fine.
Brody's just distracting us.
Once again, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 8, which is a presentation from the Colorado River Water Conservation District on recent activities associated with the Shoshone Permanency Project. This is also an informational item. There's no board action, but I'd like to introduce from the River District, Bruce Walters and Peter Fleming to give a presentation update.
Where's dry mat? Good morning, CWCB board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the Shoshone Permanency Project. For the record, I'm Peter Fleming. I'm General Counsel at the Colorado River Water Conservation District. And a lot of really significant and exciting developments have occurred on the Shoshone Permanency Project since I was last before you in January of this year, which was also a very significant and exciting development as well, when the board approved, subject to the contingencies in the legislation, the commitment of $20 million in support of the acquisition effort from the West Slope to acquire the Shoshone water rights. Yeah, I'm going to diverge for 1 second. I appreciated State Engineer Ullman's presentation on the Free River study. Director McLeod sent that to me shortly after it came out. And as I was reading it, I kept thinking, if one of the 15 authors of this study had just called somebody in Colorado, maybe some of the, the stuff about, well, we do administer water rights, even on free river conditions. If it's not being beneficially used, we can curtail it, But if it is being beneficially used, it's being beneficially used pursuant to our Constitution. anyway, great presentation on that, thank you. But yeah, that was a little bit of a head scratcher. Sorry for that divergence. As you know, the Shoshone Permanency Project involves an effort by the River District on behalf of a very large coalition of West Slope water users and governmental entities to acquire the Shoshone water rights owned by Public Service Company of Colorado. And I believe that representatives of Public Service Company may be online observing, and it's possible they may want to chime in at some point today. To acquire those water rights in cooperation and consultation with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, then to enter into an in-stream flow agreement whereby the right to use those water rights, similar to the Cimarron project that Kate Ryan mentioned, would be dedicated to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for in-stream flow purposes when the rights are not being used for their historical exercise of hydropower generation in Glenwood Canyon. And so that's going to involve an in-stream flow, proposed in-stream flow agreement with the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Hopefully then an eventual change of water right through the water court to ensure that terms and conditions are applicable to prevent injury to other water users from the proposed change of water right. It also involves, after that is complete, a proceeding before the Public Utilities Commission that Public Service Company will lead the charge on. And then when that's complete, a closing, assuming we've gotten all of our funding lined up. But you're lucky because I'm going to step aside. I'm going to let Bruce Walters, our Associate Counsel, give a short presentation on some of those exciting developments that have occurred over the period when we were here in January. And I will be available after Bruce's presentation to help out answer any questions that the board or staff or others might have. Thank you very much.
Good morning, directors. My name is Bruce Walters, and as Peter mentioned, I'm counsel at the Colorado River Water Conservation District. I'd also like to echo Peter's sentiment and thank the board for providing us with a little bit of time today to give you guys a presentation on where things stand regarding the Shoshone Water Rights Preservation Project. Before I do that, however, I think I'd be remiss not to also thank and acknowledge the CWCB's in-stream flow program staff, as well as Ms. Mealy at the Attorney General's office, all of whom have been instrumental and a significant asset to the projects and all the progress that we've seen to date. And allow me to diverge a little bit myself. I'd be remiss as well not to thank the board for providing me the privilege to speak with you. I feel especially grateful for that given the 2 rewarding years I had the opportunity of working for Jen and working on behalf of the In-Stream Flow program with Rob, Brandy, Kaylee, Colin, doing great work across the state in protecting our stream flows. My relatively short legal career, I'm very grateful to have had this opportunity, and it's great to continue that work on such a cool project like this one. With that, by way of an update, I figured it makes the most sense to pick up where we left off in January. And I'm pleased to report that today, the River District has secured $16 million from a consortium of local partners across the West Slope, which includes local governments, municipalities, NGOs, and other major water entities and organizations. Now, this $16 million is, of course, on top of the $20 million that the River District has formally committed, as well as the $20 million that this board approved an appropriation for under the 2024 projects bill, which means that as of today, we, the River District, have secured $56 million towards the acquisition, the $99 million acquisition of the Shoshone water rights. Well over half of that figure, with more commitments anticipated before the end of the calendar year. This fundraising success is in addition to over 50 letters of support from a diverse coalition of stakeholders representing well over 100 distinct perspectives from state and federal governments, local governments, NGOs, municipalities, and other water entities. I'd like to highlight a few of those. A couple weeks ago, we received a report, a joint memorandum report, issued by the Bureau of Land Management, the United States Forest Service, highlighting the importance of the Shoshone Call and the flows engendered by that call to interests, federal interests, both of those agencies oversee. In addition to that, we've received a letter of support from the National Park Service, also emphasizing the importance that Shoshone has on its interests. I bring that up only to mention that the significance of this project at the state level is well known and well supported, but those benefits do exceed just what we are seeing within the state and within the Colorado River Basin, or the upper portion of the Colorado River Basin, to be more specific. Now, despite this fundraising success, the $56 million in firm commitments, there's still obviously a bit of a gap to fill. And with that, I'm also very pleased to report that just a week ago, the River District submitted its application and funding request to the United States Bureau of Reclamation under the Bucket 2 Ecosystem Financial Assistance Program, B2E, requesting $40 million in federal monies to be directed towards the project. I speak on behalf of the entirety of the River District staff, as well as a team of our technical consultants, in speaking to and emphasizing the incredible amount of work that went into preparing what I'm confident is a compelling and robust application. Relatedly, I mentioned we have been working really closely with a team of technical consultants, not only with respect to the B2E application, but regarding the project generally, since it took off just about a year ago. This team has worked hard to prepare a number of technical reports and memorandums, which include evaluations of the suitability of the Shoshone Reach, or what we're referring to as the Shoshone Reach, which is, of course, that stretch of the Colorado River extending from an upstream point of the Shoshone Diversion Dam and extending roughly 2.5 miles downstream to the location or the situs of the Shoshone Power Plant and its discharge outlets. I emphasize this reach only because the in-stream flow use that we are proposing to include to the decreed suite of uses for the Shoshone water rights would be specific to that reach and to improving and preserving the natural environment that exists within it. Moving along, we've also worked hard to prepare an assessment or an analysis of the historical use of the Shoshone water rights for their decreed purposes over a representative period of study, which is, of course, a very unique feature of any change of water rights application in state water court. Lastly, we've worked to evaluate the impact that Shoshone's call has on resources of interest within the Colorado River Basin, including, of course, the recovery program's 15-mile reach right there at the mouth of the Grand Valley, as well as various upstream trans-mountain diversions upstream of Shoshone, in addition to a number of federal projects owned or operated by the Bureau of Reclamation, to name a few. Moving forward in terms of next steps, we've also continued to work really hard to engage with interested stakeholders and entities having an interest in this project. We're 2 days past a virtual webinar that the River District hosted in conjunction with its technical consultants, in which we took a bit of a deeper dive and presented on a preliminary historical use assessment of the Shoshone water rights, as well as, again, a modeling evaluation of the impact that those rights have on other resources of interest in the Colorado River Basin. From there, we have scheduled an in-person follow-up forum to be held here in Denver at Xcel Energy's headquarters. And the hope or objective that we have with respect to that follow-up meeting is to bring everyone, all the participants of Monday's virtual webinar together to hear any comments or questions they might have regarding what they heard on the 18th, and to take a really concerted effort towards addressing those comments and concerns as we move into 2025, which we expect to be a very important year for this project. I'm going to go ahead and stop there, understanding that we do have limited time today. I would like to encourage any of you who have questions for me to raise those. Peter mentioned he's here as well, he can jump in if necessary, but please feel free. I'm looking to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Director Felt.
Bruce, I have heard that in the in-stream flow analysis that, and I don't know if this is exactly correct, but it sounded like the years in the 21st century were not included in that analysis, that there was a certain period of time selected. And I'm just wondering about that, given, I mean, in some ways, given some of the trends underway that led to the importance of Shoshone permanency in the first place. So could you speak to that?
Certainly. Thank you, Director Felt. And I want to make sure I understand the question you're asking. I believe what you're referencing is when we're talking about changing this water right, we have to, of course, pick a representative period of study during which the water right was being actually historically used for its decreed purposes, and from that, come up with some sort of quantification, which will then dictate what can be used under the changed right. What I will say is we've thought hard about what is the most representative period study for these water rights, given their nature and given some of the issues that the Shoshone Power Plant has seen within the last 10 or 15 years. And the study period that we've landed on extends from 1975 to 2003. Now, that representative period includes a suite of wet, dry, and average years, as it's required to do under statute, including the two driest years on record since 1975, those being 1977 and 2002. So does our study period at the moment include years since 2003? It does not. There's a couple of reasons for that. I'd be happy to unpackage that, but what I will tell you is based on what is required under statute, we have chosen or selected a suitably representative period of time when those water rights were actually being used for their decreed purposes.
Anyone else? I would just ask, have you got any feedback? I know you just said you're just preparing your application for the B2E funds, but with changes in administration and things, and how likely do you think the funding is on that bucket? With some rumors and of clawing back funds, where do you think that's going to leave you? Where you're just putting in an application now?
Thank you, Director Coombs. I'd be lying if I said I had not thought about that exact question quite a bit after spending more time than I would have liked on that B2E application. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that I have a satisfactory answer for you today. Of course, there is a degree of uncertainty involved with the change in administration. What I can tell you, again, is that we're confident that what we submitted will be taken seriously, and we hope will result in some positive action from the federal level.
Okay, so on a follow-up, there's some contingencies on our approval of that money. So what's plan B if that doesn't work? Do you have that you could share with us what your, for lack of a better word, plan B is?
Yeah, of course. So I mentioned a moment ago that we are expecting additional financial commitments before the end of the year. We're already ahead of the target that we had for fundraising at the local level, quite a bit ahead of it, actually. And one of the conditions under the purchase and sale agreement, obviously, is that we can finance this thing. There is provision made in that agreement to extend our closing date to allow for a more robust or prolonged fundraising effort. there's also the opportunity for additional financial resources at the federal level that we can explore. But we are certainly not giving up the fundraising at the local level, and that will continue as this project continues.
Okay, thank you. Director Russo.
There it is. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to how you might anticipate some of the analysis changing from what you provided to the Bureau of Reclamation as part of the B2E application compared to what you might provide in the water court process.
Thank you, Director Riss. And again, just to make sure I understand the question, when you talk about the analysis presented in our B2E application, is that meant comprehensively or specific to any specific analysis?
Well, I guess I'm primarily thinking of the HCU analysis,
Sure.
but if there's anything else that you anticipate that might need to change or that could change.
Sure. Let me start with the former, the HCU or the historical use analysis. Important distinction given the non-consumptive nature of these water rights. In the B2E application, which I didn't mention this earlier, that is the entirety of the application, all 644 pages of it. We intend to make public and post on the River District's website before the end of the week. I would encourage each of you to take a look at that and to follow up with us any questions you might have. Getting back to your question, Director Riss, in the B2E application, we obviously make provision for the fact that this is an iterative process, and as part of that, and because of the nature of changed water rights in Colorado, there's an expectation that there's going to be terms and conditions that we're not even foreseeing at the moment that will need to be implemented surrounding the in-stream flow use to ensure that no injury or expansion occurs. Of course, there are specific analyses, specific values that we are proposing at the moment. That's included in the B2E application, but we're very careful to provide that, there is the likelihood that more information becomes known, these conversations with interested parties continue, and some degree of supplementation will be required.
Yeah, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry if I missed this. Is there a date scheduled for the meeting and follow-up of the webinar yet, or is that to be scheduled?
Yes, sir. The in-person follow-up meeting is going to be held on December 9th. My apologies if I did not mention that earlier.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or? Do you have any more? No. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Are we ready or do we want to? Can we, I don't know if anybody else is ready, would be Kirk would be up on some of his. Is he in here? Do you want us to hold off, Kirk, or do you want to? Let's see if we can get agenda item 9 done.
How did we get so far?
You're welcome.
You're too efficient.
No, come on now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. I do worry a little bit getting ahead of schedule because we do have some borrowers that'll be listening in after lunch, but we'll try to get them notified so they can be available. Okay, this is, caught me off guard here a little bit. Agenda item 9. I've got 2 items under this number, and the first one you should have received by email from Viola, the latest, what I used to call a handout. Now it's a digital document. And I think I will commit to this board that I can get this out a little sooner than the day of. I think that is a routine of mine, and I just need to get out of that. So you should expect that probably before the weekend prior now, because we usually wrap things up about Friday prior to that weekend, looking at the revenue and expenses from the prior month. So look forward to that. So the first document that's in that email is the construction fund, and I always like to look for some, actually, that's not up on the screen. Is that okay? Were you gonna put it up there? You don't have to. That's okay. I just didn't know if you were gonna try to do that or not. That's okay. So I always like to look at lines in here where maybe I can share kind of how we rationalize our approach to where we are and where we proceed through the system. And one glaring item that I think maybe could be beneficial to this board is you see in that first line under unreserved cash at the beginning of FY 24-25, and that looks like a monstrous number. And when I move us through the fiscal year, I show that we're whittling down that number to be closer to zero, and that's showing what we have available throughout the year. But the reason that gets so large is just the timing of our money and the fiscal year and how we present this. And so what I want you to focus on is line number 2 is under projections is $96.4 million. I immediately have to take off the prior year's or that project's bill that hits the books on July 1st. And so if you take your eyes down to rows 16 and 17, and one of them is actually our operational money, that $10 million that's for operating CWCB comes out of the construction fund, but that project's bill number of $77.8 million, that in essence happens on July 1st. So we start with a very large number and then drop it pretty quick down below, and that's why that every year that starting number looks so large. And we'll do the same thing out of the severance tax fund when we flip to that. I think one other significant item, the board approved the deauthorization of 2 loans in the consent agenda. And one of them is Duke Ditch. It was about $90,000. And we do that. The other one is Logan Irrigation District, and Jim Yon, former director of CWCB. We do that when loans either do not enter into the contract with us, or if they enter into a contract and they take no money. And so we do that. It's kind of the way the controller's office needs us to function. And so that number that you see on line 5, loan deauthorizations and reversals, I will populate that under current at the next board meeting of about $90,000. So let me flip over to the severance tax spreadsheet there. And again, it would be, I don't have my lines on the severance tax one, but it's the same thing, that loan deauthorization and reversals. Jim Yon's Pruitt Reservoir dredging project will not be moving forward. They found other ways to adequately take advantage of the space they've lost in that reservoir through some dam safety work. And so we will, or you all deauthorize that in the consent agenda item earlier today of 1.8 million, so that number will rise as well. And again, the same story, I started up there at 171.5 million under projections, and immediately the first 3 items down below the loans totals about 146 million, so that just comes off right away. And then we work on growing the fund, or growing meaning the revenue comes in from interest and principal, and in this case, a large portion comes from severance tax. And then you can see where I've got this little less than sign. I show how much we actually projection-wise have available for this fiscal year for new loans. So that number 76 million, we obviously are not planning on doing $76 million loans at the next board meeting, but that's how I bring that bottom number down to close to zero, so I know where we are in the year and how much we have available for new loans. And a lot of this is in preparation for large organizations like Northern Water to come in and say, how much money do you have? Because we need a lot of money. We have some very big projects to work on. And they're not alone. There's some other conversations we've had around the state where the question is, how much do you have? And so we obviously don't want to take all that and push it to large projects, because we've got some smaller ones we need to take care of. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions on this item.
I just have one, Kurt. With this, is this calculated in some kind of response to what Director Gibbs is talking about with the new budget and how it's going to affect? Do we have a good projection based on what potential, or we got to wait and see how that shakes out still?
This is not taking into account any of that, but all of that would be into the future. And so there could be some that's removed from this at the bottom that I am not ready to put in the system. But it would come off of this, yes. But some of the projection, or some of the ideas that are being considered would have future impact and not an immediate impact on what we have.
I was just looking at that line item for fiscal year 2026 and some of those or 2025 that will come out. Just wondering when those impacts would happen. So that answers the question. I appreciate that.
And just to clarify, Director Coombs, the budget proposal would not take effect until it was passed out of the General Assembly at the soonest, probably this spring. So it's not a sure thing until that happens.
And maybe towards the May meeting, we might know more, and then some of this will be reflected here.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, Director Bill.
Just to clarify then, Kirk, if that did go forward, that would decrease the 76 million number, basically?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, that's correct. And I always like to remind the board that everything I do is making sure that everybody that we've made promises to could be satisfied the day tomorrow if they all came in at the same time. We have a lot of projects, a lot of very large projects that they're out 5, 6 years, 7 years before the money actually needs to go out the door. So this is just assuming almost worst case scenario. And we will constantly look at, whether we take that below that threshold, a little bit of risk, but knowing what we know about projects and how long water projects can take to advance kind of makes sense.
Thank you. Anybody have any other questions on any? All right.
All right, I've got the next agenda item as well, 9B. All right, this is the...
Excuse me, could I ask a question, please?
Yes, please, Barbara.
Yeah, so along the lines of what happens if the budget as submitted is passed, my understanding is it impacts how much of the loan interest we can keep. Is that correct?
Can I interject?
Yeah, please.
Director Vasquez, and the rest of the board, Nate Pearson from DNR is going to go into a much more detailed presentation about the budget proposal and its potential impacts to CWCB tomorrow afternoon. So unless, Kirk, you feel comfortable answering that, I would say just maybe stay tuned for that agenda item later in the meeting.
Yeah. Thanks, I'll hold my question.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, agenda item 9.2 or 9B, 1 and 2. This is our annual compilation of the construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund. And before, I don't have a lot of details to share with the board, but I do need to brag on some staff. I am so fortunate to work with an incredible team behind the scenes. You all have to deal with me at the podium, but Mimi Winters is our accountant that deals with the loans and a lot of the grant processing and keeping the things that I share with the board accurate. I can't tell you, we've obviously got a lot of money, and when we're responsible for that amount of money, you look at your team and you have certainly a lot of respect and an understanding that, or belief that they know exactly what they're doing. And Mimi is just a powerful component of all of this information that you see. We are fortunate on the public side to get out and see all these great projects, and she's behind the scenes making this happen. So she is responsible to coordinate with our the accounting team that does our, it's not an audit, it's a compilation, but one of the values of having this done every year, because we've questioned whether or not we should do this, because there is a state audit that takes a look at all the money that we move through the system, but this one is unique. We have a compilation done, and I think the best value that I get out of it is we have somebody from the outside who can be even more consistent than maybe some of the staff turnover. And this position that Mimi's in now, I've had about 4 in the last 5 or 6 years. And I think it gives me comfort to know that there's a lot of consistency and we're doing things right. And having those folks come in and take a look is very, very beneficial. So not a lot of details I need to share out of this. There's no surprises this year. We feel confident we're doing things the way they need to be done. Let me see if I can find my notes here real quick, sorry. Yeah, I guess that was all I wanted to share. It's done by Clifton Larson Allen. They've been on board with us for several years now. They understand what we do, how we do it. Obviously, the loan program is unique to state government. The state government's used to building projects, moving money out the door, not necessarily having it in a revolving loan program form. And so we're fortunate that they're back doing the review again. So I guess with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I hope Mimi's online because there's probably something you're gonna ask that I'm not gonna be able to answer in that space, so.
Does anybody have any questions on B1 or 2? Guess not, Kirk. Looks like
Very good, thank
got
you.
it done, so thank you.
Oh, I was going to also comment at this point, we do have an agenda item that follows this, that is a loan to the town of Ridgeway, that we have decided that we'd like to delay it until tomorrow. If you don't mind, I don't know how to do that or when to do that, but it would be coming up probably right after lunch here, and I think we're just better off having a little bit of time to address some issues that just came up last night.
Okay, so we announced it right after our morning break that we would suspend that till tomorrow. Does that work as far as, do you see any problem with that, or do we need to take action to do that, Jen?
No, I'm sorry, I missed that too. It might be nice to mention it again during the agenda item, just in case anybody's online for it, but I don't think there's any problem moving it until tomorrow.
Okay, so is that all right with you, Kirk? Then when we come back from lunch, we'll announce that again and make sure everybody understands that agenda item 10C will be postponed until tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a okay. So, yeah, so Viola asked if we can maintain the time to end our lunch, to keep the rest of our schedule on, I guess, to have other guests that are gonna be joining us to where we don't mess up their scheduling. So we will take a break for lunch and we will be back at, it looks like 12:55 or 1 o'clock, right around there. 1 o'clock, we'll be back at 1. Thank you, Viola. Okay. Guess if everybody can take their seats, and if everybody would please notice that I got my chair before Lauren did.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Brody. Yeah, I'll slow down, sorry. Okay, so beginning with agenda item 10, since we did 9 before lunch, I just want to remind everybody that agenda item 10C will be postponed until tomorrow, and we'll cover that one wherever the appropriate time will be. We'll probably address that tomorrow morning and decide when we'll do that. So with that, we will start with agenda item 10. Right now, I think, Zach, I guess you'll be up.
All right, hello, good morning, or good afternoon. For the record, my name is Zach Salin with the CWCB staff. This is agenda item 10A, a water project loan request for the Sterling No. 1 ditch bypass structure replacement project. This application was submitted by the Sterling Irrigation Company, which operates in Logan County. So as you can see here, this project is located in Division 1, and some of the key project information is provided on this slide, which we'll continue to review. The Sterling Irrigation Company is seeking a loan of $1,146,350 to cover the total project cost. The loan terms will be 30 years at a blended interest rate of 2.15%. So the project site is shown here, and the Sterling Irrigation Company's No. 1 ditch bypass structure is located, that's laser pointer. Oh, I see it's a cursor. Is located right here where the Sterling No. 1 ditch crosses Pawnee Creek, just southwest of the city of Sterling, Colorado. The Sterling No. 1 ditch bypass structure was constructed in the mid-1960s. As you can see, the structure here is both concrete and steel. We've got one abutment on this side that's corrugated steel, and then on the far side it's concrete, and it's operated using flashboards installed in bays along the structure that allow the company to raise and lower the water surface elevation. This bypass structure is necessary for the ditch in order to allow the ditch water to cross Pawnee Creek, which is an ephemeral stream, and allows for flow into Pawnee Creek, which returns to the South Platte. So this existing bypass structure has deteriorated significantly in recent years. There's cracking and spalling of the concrete abutment on the far side. The steel abutment on the near side is damaged and corroded, and there has been undermining of the structure due to downstream scour from the water. All of this means that the long-term stability of the structure has been threatened, which is the reason for this project. The key components of this project will include replacing the existing degraded bypass with a new reinforced concrete structure and installing a new 40-foot long stainless steel Obermeyer gate with fully automated controls and telemetry. This wider gate will allow improved ability to bypass Pawnee Creek during flood and will improve the sediment passage across the ditch inlet and on the lower reach of Pawnee Creek. The design of this project, as you can see here, shown, has the Obermeyer gate right here, a new control building, power that's coming in from offsite to power the controls and telemetry. The design is approximately 60% complete, and construction is planned to start in the fall of 2025 with completion by spring of 2026. So here are the project financials. The total project cost will be $1.135 million, and the CWCB loan, including the service fee, will be $1,146,350. The Sterling Irrigation Company has approximately 88% agricultural and 12% low-income municipal combined to create their blended rate. The terms for this loan will be 2.15% for a 30-year term. The financial ratios in your memo indicate that the Sterling Irrigation Company is a strong borrower, and the collateral for this loan will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant and the project itself per CWCB policy number 5. Finally, here's the staff recommendation for this project as stated on the first page of your board memo. CWCB staff recommends that the board approve agenda item 10A, loan not to exceed $1,146,350 for costs related to the Sterling number 1 ditch bypass structure replacement project. This will come from the severance tax perpetual base fund. So my contact in preparing this board memo has been Kathy Seach with the Sterling Irrigation Company. And we have Kathy, Jean, and it was Nate from the Sterling Irrigation Company that are here in attendance to show their support for this project and appreciation for the funding opportunities this board provides. If the board has any questions, I'm happy to take them at this point.
Does anybody have any questions, comments? Could we ask someone from Sterling and take a look, just to give a comment here? If you're gonna travel here, I'd like to hear from you, rather than doing Zoom on everything. If you have just a short comment. It's coming from above. If you don't mind, go to the microphone, stand there by Zach, if that's okay.
Thank you. My name's Gene Manuello. I'm president of Sterling Irrigation Ditch Company. We have also had 2 prior loans. In 2000, we put in a 100-foot Obermeyer bladder gates in our main diversion from the river into our ditch. I believe we have 2 more years to pay that off, more or less, and then we got an emergency loan 15 years ago, more or less. I should be more prepared, shouldn't I? For some emergency work when we had some flood damage in probably 2013, maybe. And so we appreciate the support of CWCB for these loans. We've never been late on a payment. The other thing I might add is they said that structure was built in 1960, I believe is probably in the early 1900s. It's a very old structure. The other thing that I might just add is it's also has a flood control as part of that, what we have to use that structure for, because the Pawnee Creek flood, when we get a rain event off to the west of us, then that rain comes down Pawnee Creek, and that's where it goes to get back to the river. So it's pretty important to the city of Sterling and other residents around that area. So,
thank you.
Is there any other questions?
I don't know if we have any other questions or comments. Do you want us to take these individually? Does that probably be better? Yeah. Okay. So I would entertain thank you for your comments. Thank you. I'd entertain a motion on agenda item 10A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd make a motion to approve a loan to the Sterling Irrigation Company.
Thank you, Brett. Okay, we have a second. Any other question? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we now have agenda item 10B, a water project loan request for the rehabilitation of Polly Dean Reservoir. This application was submitted by the Bergen Ditch and Reservoir Company, which operates in Jefferson County. This project is in Division 1, as you can see here, and some of the other key project information is displayed. Bergen Ditch and Reservoir Company is seeking a loan of $305,020 to cover the total project cost. The loan terms will be 20 years at a blended interest of 2.60%. So the project site is shown here. As you can see on the map, The Polly Dean Reservoir and Dam is located right here, just east of C-470 and south of Bowles Avenue. This dam was determined to be a high hazard dam by the State Engineer's Office Dam Safety Branch. What that means is that a failure of the dam is likely to result in a significant loss of life. As you can see from the photos here and from the map, this dam is located in a very residential area. You can see the houses just immediately south of the dam. Right here, there's more houses just downstream of the dam, as well as just above it to the north. So the Bergen Ditch and Reservoir Company's Polly Dean Dam was constructed in 1878 as an earthen dam which impounds Hind Lake. And then the dam and reservoir were expanded and rehabilitated in 1950 and again in 1987. In 2019, Dam Safety determined that internal erosion and piping failures were occurring at the outlet works and the tow drain, and that posed a risk of a catastrophic failure. They implemented a storage restriction at Polly Dean, ordering that the dam restrict the water level to 4 feet below the spillway crest. That reduced the storage capacity of this reservoir by approximately 144 acre feet, or around 30%. Then in 2020, Dam Safety, Bergen, and others carried out a comprehensive dam safety evaluation, which led to the development of the design for this project. The work scoped under this project includes construction of a new outlet conduit, new outfall structure, new intake structure, a new tow drain and filter, and a tow drain outfall. And you can see these overlaid with the aerial here. Here's the new inlet, new inlet control structure, the outfall and outfall structure, tow drains, and filter in front of the dam. All right, so here are the project financials. The total project cost for the loan will be $302,000. With the 1% service fee, that'll be $305,020. This will be a 20-year loan with an interest rate of 2.60%. And I would like to note that this project is also taking advantage of a FEMA loan for their high hazard potential dam program. So this CWCB loan is funding approximately 35% of the overall project cost, with FEMA taking the remaining 65%. The financial ratios do indicate a weak borrower, which is not unusual for ditch companies. And then the collateral for this project will be a pledge of the assessment revenues backed by a rate covenant or assessment covenant, and the project itself in accordance with CWCB policy number 5. Finally, here's our staff recommendation for this loan. Staff recommends the board approve the loan not to exceed $305,020 from the construction fund to the Bergen Ditch and Reservoir Company for the costs related to the rehabilitation of Polly Dean Reservoir. And I am happy to take any questions at this time. I believe we have Bob Easton, who is the general manager for Bergen Ditch and Reservoir Company, on the line to answer any questions as well.
Okay. Director Brown? So.
I think maybe you just misspoke, but I want to be sure. On our handout, it says it's a FEMA grant. Is it a FEMA loan or a FEMA grant?
It's a FEMA grant.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, there is a condition on the board memo. We're recommending that funds not be dispersed until the total funding is secured for the project. It sounds like they are trying to align both the loan and the grant to make sure that all of that funding is in place and this project is fully funded before any funds go out the door for it.
So then this loan would be dispersed after they secure the FEMA grant?
After all those funds have been contracted, yes.
Okay. Okay, any other? Yes, Director Vasquez, please.
Yes, either Zach or Mr. Easton, is there no capital injection from your ditch company for this project? It totally depends on grant and loan?
The ditch company is planning at this point to use the combination of FEMA funds and this loan request. We do have the authority and we're prepared to, if we need to raise the money necessary to match the FEMA request through assessments on our stockholders. We prefer not to do that, instead going with this longer term arrangement, but we do have the capability. We've also got about $175,000 to $100,000 reserve fund with the ditch company that's available if we run into cost or other funding shortages.
Thank you. My concern, of course, is inflation and cost overruns. And if you had just the loan and grant, it sounds like you would have no buffer, but you just described that you do have some ancillary funds that could cover that.
Yes, we've also have an existing loan arrangement from a project 8 years ago on one of our other reservoirs. Was basically set up the same way, that was funded entirely by loan from CWCB. And we've made our 8th payment out of 30 years worth on time and without fail. And that was handled, the payment on that is handled again through an increased assessment on our stockholders, which all support long-term financing instead of the one-time assessment to try and cover these costs.
Understood. And thank you for your answer, sir.
Okay, thank you, Director Vasquez. Any other comments or questions?
Zach, if I could, I just, maybe just another comment or two from Bergen.
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay. Certainly, we'd like to thank you for consideration of this loan. It's made a huge difference for us on a previous location, and we appreciate your assistance. Your staff did a great job of putting together the details and the background on this. So I don't think there's any need for me to reiterate that. Bergen has been in existence since 1880, and our function has changed dramatically from providing irrigation to a group of local farmers to now, through our primary stockholders, providing critical irrigation water for local public golf course and a large regional park, plus 2 local tree farms. So we've gone basically from a primarily agricultural function to one of supporting major use public facilities. And as Zach pointed out, in that process, all of our reservoirs are now surrounded by suburban residential development, which makes our safety operations a high priority. As Zach mentioned, this dam has gone through an evaluation process sponsored by the state, and the recommendations and the plans here have received approval from the state engineer's office. Approval of this application will allow us to rehab the dam and meet the state safety requirements, as well as FEMA guidelines for a dam of this nature, and in particular, located in an urban area like this. And it will also allow Bergen to restore storage capacity so that we can provide ongoing services to our primary shareholders. The funding for the FEMA portion of this project is still in the application process. We've received a preliminary indication from FEMA that funds will be shifted or are in place in Colorado to handle this project. And we've also been notified that we've passed phase 1 of their application review. They're in secondary application, which basically means they're just checking all the T's and I's to make sure all the information is there. And the last contact I had was about a week ago, and we're still at this point anticipating final approval by the end of this year. And once we get that approval, we'll package this with the FEMA grant and move forward with bidding and construction.
Thank you, Mr. Easton, appreciate it. So with that, I would entertain a motion for staff recommendation on the agenda item 10B. Okay, Director Brody. Is there a second? Okay, we have a second on that as well. Thank you, Director Feld. Okay, so all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, we'll go on to agenda item 11. Okay, yeah, so everybody, if you're tuning in late, we are postponing agenda item 10C until tomorrow. So that's why that's not getting covered right now, and we're moving on to agenda item 11. Thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Director. So for the record, Matt Stearns, CWCB staff, and today I'm here to present agenda item 11A for loan principal payment deferrals for the Lone Cabin Ditch and Reservoir Company located in Delta County. So currently, the company has 2 loans with CWCB, both which are related to repairs and improvements at the company's Lone Cabin Reservoir. The first loan started repayments in 1991, and the other was approved in 2013, with loan repayments starting in 2016. The loans and terms are shown here for reference. My primary point of contact throughout this process has been Rosalind Bauer, treasurer for the company, who is online with us today in case of any questions. So bear with me, there's a little bit of background on what happened and how we got here today. So the company provides irrigation water just southeast of Paonia, which is located kind of in the top right-hand corner here of this map. They currently serve 24 shareholders with about 500 acres of irrigable land. The source of the water is Lone Cabin Reservoir, which is right in the middle of the map that you see here. The company also has shares in the Beaver, and this is a typo, Beaver Reservoir Company, not the Beaver Creek Reservoir Company, which owns and operates the nearby Beaver Reservoir. That reservoir, it doesn't show up on this map here, but it's just on the lower right-hand edge of the map. I mention this because Lone Cabin Ditch and Reservoir Company is a shareholder in the Beaver Reservoir Company, and that company has an additional 2 loans for repairs at their reservoir. And so as a shareholder, Lone Cabin is also responsible for a portion of those annual payments. The 2 loans to Lone Cabin were obtained from CWCB to improve or repair the dam in order to remove storage restrictions. Both of those projects were successful and have been in active repayment since substantially completing. And as a side note, Lone Cabin reservoir is classified as a low hazard dam. When we're up here, we're usually talking about high hazard dams, so I wanted to just take a moment to express what a low hazard dam is. And so that is a dam that if it fails, there's not a likelihood that somebody would be killed by it or that there would be significant damage to structures or public infrastructure. So it's not a massive concern, but as with everything dams, it's still very important to make sure that they don't fail.
I wouldn't be very loud. Because I don't know how much they can do.
So more background, in 2011, the company noticed the slide shown here. It's a little tough to see, but you can see the two gentlemen standing right next to it. The picture on the left is some drilling equipment right above that slide. And they reached out to us in 2013 to get a loan to repair that. And so I want to highlight this just because of the fact is, as Coloradans, we're often out and around these reservoirs when we're recreating. And while what you see here doesn't look like much, it's considered kind of a critical failure in a dam. Something is not working right. And so the reason that I bring this up is, you know, when we're out and around seeing things, if you see something like this, you should definitely reach out and let somebody know, and hopefully they can get it taken care of pretty quickly. Just to give you an idea of the scope of this, so this reservoir would normally hold 163 acre feet of water. When they put the storage restriction on this within, you can see a week, they cut that down to 18 acre feet so that they could understand exactly what was happening internally. 2011 loan was for a very similar type project where they had to do some improvements to the outlet structure. They also enlarged the spillway capacity and removed some brush, some other things. And here we have another critical part of the story. So in and around 2019, the company joined forces with the Turner Ditch Company, a nearby group, to develop a regional project that would create more efficient water deliveries for both companies. Just to orient you, at the top, you'll see the dashed red line, that's Turner Ditch, and Lone Cabin is kind of that bluish purplish in the middle. Sorry, it's a little hard to see on these. But you may be able to pick out the red and yellows are where they were actually going to eliminate the ditch. And the blue and purple is where they were going to either pipe the open ditch or put replace pipe in so that they could have a pressurized system for irrigation. So Turner Ditch Company was selected to be the applicant for both CWCB grant funds for this project, as well as a Bureau of Reclamation salinity grant. As many of you probably know, the main purpose of that program is to reduce salinity in the Colorado River by significantly reducing infiltration in tributary areas with high salt concentrations in the soil. So with that, Turner and Lone Cabin both signed on to a memorandum of agreement that allowed the project to move forward, and the piping project was ultimately awarded both the CWCB grants and the Bureau of Reclamation grant for the total project funding of over $6 million. So fast forward to 2021. Construction on the piping project still had not begun when a section of the ditch failed, halting water service to shareholders in May of that year. The cause was a degraded section of corrugated mounted pipe, which you can see here on the left. But it was determined that the entire stretch of nearly 1,400 feet was in a similar condition and could fail at any time. And so it needed to be replaced. The company launched into finding a way to fix the entire section. They hired an engineer, they got contractor bids, and unfortunately they found that just the contractor's bid to install the pipe And to fix this small washout was more than their entire annual assessments. So that did not include the pipe itself, importantly. And so they needed to come up with a plan to fix it, and quickly. Again, this was in May of that irrigation year. To fund it, they were able to get a grant from the Colorado River District, and they secured a line of credit from their bank to pay for some of it. For the pipe, however, they took an unusual approach. They reached out to Bostwick Park Water Conservancy District and requested that the district provide the 1,400 feet of pipe that they needed, with a promise to either replace it or pay it back later. The thinking was that the piping project that I described on the previous slide was going to replace this section anyways, and so they could use the pipe that would be provided by the Bureau of Reclamation grant and the CWCB grant to replace that rather than having to pay for it out of pocket. Seemed like a great solution. But unfortunately, the piping project has continued to stall, and the company was sent a letter earlier this year by the district saying that they needed to either replace the pipe or pay for it. Again, with no idea of how to make it all work, they reached out to us to see if there was anything that we could do. So over the last couple of months, I've been working with the company to come up with something that works for everyone. Our proposed solution is a payment plan with the district, which they've already agreed to, and that includes a lump sum payment next month, December, followed by annual payments for 3 years. To make this work, we are recommending that the annual principal payments on their 2 existing CWCB loans be deferred for the years 2025, 2026, and 2027, so that money can be used to fund the majority of the annual payment to the district. There is a portion of that annual payment that the company will need to come up with on its own by raising assessments, but they have said that that is something that they can absorb. So at the top of this slide, you can see the outstanding balances for the 2 company loans with CWCB as of today. Below that is the current annual payment amount for those loans, the proposed annual payment amount for each of them over the next 3 years, and the proposed annual payment once the payment plan with the district is complete. The oldest loan will be paid in full in 2031, and the newest loan will be paid in full in 2045. Terms for these loans will remain the same, as will the collateral for them. I also want to note that since the company is not taking on any new debt, we only analyzed past years for this recommendation. With that, the financial ratios for the company do indicate a weak borrower, but this shouldn't be a surprise as they've been trying to recover from the impacts and paying off the contractor for fixing that pipe over the past couple of years, and is really why they're here asking for the deferment today. So with that, staff recommendation is as written in the board memo and provided here for reference. As I mentioned, I'm happy to take any questions, and we do have Rosalind Bauer, the treasurer of the company, online as well.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments, concerns? Okay. I guess we'd entertain a motion on the agenda item 11A. Sorry, Director McLeod, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the staff recommendation on this agenda item.
Thank you. Director Boucher is second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the company. Thanks you as well.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. You're probably wondering why I'm presenting alone. I haven't done one of these in a long time. I've got an incredible staff that I realize now it's a little bit harder than I thought it was. They helped guide me through how to get this memo put together, and I appreciate that. It's interesting, this is loan number 3 of 3 dealing with reservoirs and the complications with getting them repaired, paying it back, and now I've got one that's gone increased twice. This is our second request for an increase to the board for the city of Victor. This loan, I inherited it. I believe it was Joshua Godwin's predecessor. Rachel Pittenger was an engineer at the time, and she brought this loan to the board back in March of 21 when they felt like they could do the project for about just under $400,000. Time elapsed, the pandemic hit. There were a lot of complications with supplies and different ways to do improvements. They came back to the board in January of 22, increased the loan by about $136,000, and through the process of, actually I need my clicker, don't I? Through the process of completing the project, they came back to us and said, hey, we've got a whole bunch of other projects that are waiting that we could use the cash for. We've got these receipts. Can we close this out and ask the board for an additional increase to close this out? The project is complete. Dam Safety has provided their completion letter, and we're all wrapped up. We just need to request a loan increase. So details of this loan, location, it's in just above Victor, Colorado. The final request is $909,000. That in parentheses there, that's the increase they're asking for to close this out. It is a 20-year loan at 1.25%, which is probably part of the reason that they would rather access this money. And again, we've got the receipts for all this to reimburse them for this. And online, I assume, is Bobby Tech. Sorry, I've got his second name there, not capitalized. The new city administrator, and Karen Munsart has been helping me walk through all these details that you'll see here, and can be available after the presentation if you guys have any questions for them. So the main reason for the repair was, you can see on the right side there, the tower was impacted by some movement, causing Dam Safety to be concerned that they were not going to be able to operate that outlet structure. And that was, again, before construction. Now, I've got the picture on the left that shows where that is. I'm sure most of you know where Cripple Creek and Victor's just south of there, and you see that big space in between there on the map. Of course, that caused me to say, gosh, that is a lot bigger than I thought it was when you drive through that area. And I went down the Google rabbit hole of, oh, I wonder what, I think I know the mine name, so I looked up the mine name. That's Newmont Mine. And then continuing down the rabbit hole, and so you get to go with me down the rabbit hole. I thought, I wonder how much or what they're producing out of that mine. And it's gold and silver. Well, I wonder how much gold comes out of the mine. Well, it gave me this number that it was like kilo ounces. It was a big number of kilo ounces. So what the heck is a kilo ounce? And so Google gives you a calculator to determine how much a kilo ounce is. So it's about 10 tons a year they pull out of this space. Well, of course, I couldn't stop there. How big is 10 tons of gold? And so I'm here to share with, and none of this, it's possible, none of this is factual, okay? So we probably should not record this part. So in my efforts, a ton, and again, 10 tons per year, I figured out is an 8 by 8 by 8 foot cube of gold. And so I couldn't stop there. I wonder how much an 8 by 8 by 8 cubic foot of gold costs. Well, I checked the price of gold and it looks like it's about $600 million. So this board has about 1.2 billion. We could get 2 cubes of gold with what you've got available. And I'm thinking CWCB bling. Can you imagine us hauling a couple 8 by 8 by 8 cubes of gold around? I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't encourage it, but just, I don't know. All right, we'll come out of the rabbit hole. All right, details on the project. Back to work here.
That was all part of the.
So you can also see I did a little engineering here in the red. That slope there is a cross section. They replaced that tower with the slope and a grate with a valve at the very end. Improved dam safety. They moved that red part that I put on there. You can see the tower and some of the work being done back over the last couple of years. Details of the financial portion of the borrower. The total project was about $1.2 million, $1.3 million. They did get a DOLA grant for $300,000. And they will be, in order for me to round this to what we wanted to get it to, that even $900,000, they'll be contributing about $70,000 in cash. And you can see the interest rate and the repayment term. The ratios indicate pretty normal borrower. I think a lot of their water is wholesale sale to the mine operation. So there's a little bit of tweaking that goes on when you try to figure out price per tap. And we will not be changing the pledge of revenues. They will just use the enterprise funds backed by a rate covenant. And the recommendation, pretty standard, being the second increase for $393,900, which includes a service fee for a total of $909,000. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, or if there's something more complicated, I'd be happy to let the city answer it.
All right, thank you, Kirk. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Director Brody.
Well, if only having those big blocks of gold could prevent it from being rated, that would be a wonderful thing, but not sure that gets us much. Seriously, I had a question about the interest rate. If most of the water is being sold for the mine, just help me understand why the 1.25.
Very good question. So we, per policy, we base our rates on the borrower, and what they do with that water is really their business. Certainly that question could be asked a lot of times when we do our our mutual ditch companies that have shareholders, and we blend that interest rate. We don't do that for our agricultural borrowers. This one was pretty straightforward. They are a low-income community, and we favor that. But yeah, good question. But that's what our policy guides us with. And by the way, I think the mine at one time, there was a lot of discussion about maybe the mine helping them finance it because they are a big player in that use of that water. And again, if the city wants to correct me on any of this, but yeah, certainly the mine has an interest in this reservoir and its success through their repairs.
Thank you. Anyone else? Director Vasquez, please.
Thank you very much. My question is, what % of the water that you deliver is delivered to the mine?
So presently, the mine constitutes 94% of raw water delivery from the city of Victor to all of its customers. And to kind of touch on that earlier point, we're in the current process of renegotiating our agreement with the mine that will actually include them contributing directly to our raw water capital. So that includes future dam maintenance and improvements and capital projects like this moving forward, so that the city isn't carrying all of that burden on its own.
Yeah, it seems a little crazy where you've got over 90% going to this mine, making many blocks of 8 by 8 by 8 gold. that the interest rate should reflect that, and they should be helping more to pay you. So I wish you luck in getting those negotiations done so that some of the financial success of the mine flows to the town.
Absolutely. And the interest rate here really helps us deliver capital projects that support our treated water, so our residential customers as well as our wastewater system. So by being able to utilize these dollars, we're actually able to deliver significantly more capital than we otherwise would if we were relying only on fund balance. So, although this does support raw water in the mine, it also supports our residents very directly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby. When you said 90%, is it 90% is delivered from the mine, not received from the mine? Is that correct?
94% of our water is sent to the mine for their use in their mining practices.
Okay, thank you.
Kirk, does that change your calculation at all?
No, thank you, Director Vasquez. No, we would use the policy to guide us. This is a municipal borrower. yeah, we would stay true to that 1.25,
Mhm.
even if they came in for a new loan.
It's an interesting situation. It suggests maybe we take a look at that policy for extenuating circumstances like this. So just a thought.
Okay. Thank you, Director Vasquez. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion for agenda item 11B. Okay, Director Felt made a motion. Is there a second? Director Boucher, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you.
And for clarification, that does not include the purchase of a cube of gold, 8 by 8 by 8, correct?
But maybe at least a picture?
I'll work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Yes, please.
So, before you walk away, just a comment. I agree. I mean, this is an unusual situation. Obviously, we've got to adhere to our policy in this approval, but I do think it might be worth taking a look at, situations like this and trying to understand really who is the beneficiary and how are we setting interest rates accordingly.
It's interesting that I would not have expected this conversation in this. Back when we took this to the board, I would say it is rare, not that we can't start, but it's pretty rare that we look into a municipal entity's master meters or service area. We knew that the mine was part of the delivery system for this, so yeah, there's probably some indicators that we could have done something different. I think a lot of times it's hard for us, especially a low-income community, to say, nah, you should be paying a significantly higher rate, and then not have a policy that supports that would have been obviously very difficult, but yeah, something to consider, certainly.
So could I ask a follow-up question? When we do an assessment and we see if the shareholders of a ditch company have a mutual benefit or are shareholders, then that does affect the interest rate. And typically it seems to raise the interest rate from straight ag. But this is a municipality and it's cheaper than ag, right? Or is that equal to?
The difference in that interest rate right now is because we took it to the board back in 2021 when rates were way, way, way low. Even the ag rate at the time, it was like 0.9%.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's just time they've gone up since, yeah.
Thank you, Director Brody.
Again, maybe this is just a very unusual situation where clearly you have a low-income community. I don't think there's a doubt about that. But you've got a big dichotomy between, the community, the residents, and the economic interests that are benefited. So again, that may or may not be the right basis for making policy. It just seems like it's something we should maybe just think about.
I'm sure we're not looking for a debate right now on this. But in thinking through that, the mine could go away suddenly. And so the community's got to find a way to pay back a loan with its current ratepayers. And so there's some delicate space in there, but yeah,
Okay.
good conversation.
Director Vasquez has one more comment, it looks like.
Yeah, thanks so much. I just want to follow on Director Brody's comment. I think it's worth some discussion, and I understand that the elephant in the room could leave and the town would be left with this loan. But I'm thinking of some other situations where water is being delivered to, for example, oil and gas operations with large volume well completion needs. So I think it's worth some discussion later, but it does not impinge on decisions before us today.
And one point of clarification, if we had a mutual ditch company that had a shareholder that leased water to oil and gas, we would not get into their business of how they use that water. We just know them as a shareholder and how they use that water. And in some cases, it is a municipality or what appears to be a municipality. And we also look at commercial users of those shares, but sometimes it's too deep in the uses for us to identify to that level. But yeah, this is good conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kirk, appreciate it. So, all right, we'll move on to agenda item 12. Ben online? Okay.
All right, good afternoon. I am Janine Shaw, with CWCB staff, Grant Section Chief. And Ben Wade will be presenting, hopefully, but he was having some technical difficulties, so I was just going to get us kicked off to keep us on schedule. So I have the Water Supply Reserve Fund Grant Program items 12A through D. Next slide, please. And we had 7 applications. 4 of those items were over $100,000. 2 were approved on the consent agenda this morning, and 1 will be is still in review and will be in the director's report in January. And we have 5 statewide account requests. 2 of those are aging infrastructure projects. Okay. And 3 are drought resiliency projects. So it looks like Ben is online now, so I will stop talking now and turn it over to Ben.
Thanks so much, Janine. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
And
Okay.
Ben, just for you, we did, you can start with 12A.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you so much for your patience. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff. I guess that's my penalty for not being in there in person today. And sorry about that. We'll start off with 12A. Thank you for advancing my slide. The applicant is Ryan Reservoir Company. A little bit of background: back in August of 2023, an inspection was done by the Division of Water Resources, and they discovered a sinkhole on the floor of the outlet pipe. And so that reservoir was put under restriction until they could resolve this issue. DWR staff recommended that a cured in-place pipeliner be installed to help resolve the issue and also extend the life of the outlet pipe. And so our grant funds will be used for the engineering and construction. I see that Bob Morris, who is the president of the Ryan Reservoir Company, is online with us. So thanks, Bob. And if you want to unmute yourself, Bob and I are available for any questions that the board may have.
Yes, I'm here, Ben. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Sorry, got my mic off here. Are we ready to go on this? And then Ben, sorry, I was talking to Lauren.
Yeah, we're ready for any questions the board may have.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments on agenda item 12A? Okay, if not, I'd entertain a motion or staff recommendation.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Director
I
McLeod.
would make one comment before I make my motion, and that is that repair of aging infrastructure is the #1 priority in the Gunnison Basin BIP. So these loans are critical to our water community, and with that, I would move approval of the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Director McLeod. Is there a second? Okay, I've got Director Felton and Director Wind. So, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to B, Ben.
Thank you so much. 12B, the applicant is a Colorado malting company. And just to step back again, provide a little background. So this current proposal stems from a water plant grant that was awarded back in September of last year by the board. That water plant grant helped to fund the market launch of the San Luis Valley rye, which is a low water use winter cover crop. And so growing the rye helps the San Luis farmers reduce their groundwater use, prevent erosion, and improve their soil health, and also making ag in the valley very profitable. So if we fast forward a couple months, farmers have now learned that there are demand from distillers and producers, so they're in need of the processed rye. And that's how we get to this current WSRF proposal. And so grant funds would be used by the applicant to help purchase equipment to process increased amounts of the rye. And so this just helps expand the new market, not only within San Luis Valley region, but they're also hoping that it would go statewide and expand internationally in the craft brewing and distilling industries. And so got a couple folks there in person, Jason Cody from the Colorado Malting Company, as well as Heather Dutton. We all know Heather. So former board member, former Rio Grande Round Chair, and I think maybe Amber Pacheco is on as well. But we are here if the board has any questions. Happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Ben. If you'll allow me, since you traveled up here, could we get a few minutes from Heather and Jason, just to give us a little background on it, please? Whatever order you two want.
Absolutely.
Right on. Thank you, Ben. But do impress us, okay?
Hey guys, Heather Dutton, San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District for the record. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's always fun to come to the impressive Denver Water Campus. And I just have to say how fortunate I feel to get to be here on the day that Kirk Russell goes full radio buy gold man on us all. So that was a true moment in time to witness. And so thanks for letting me be here. You know, I appreciate the opportunity to address the board, and thanks, Nathan, for acknowledging the trip up. It's always an adventure. And just, I think I'm here to provide a little bit of maybe conceptual framework or a zoom back on the context for this project and really talk about how, you know, this is part of the bigger picture for the San Luis Valley and for Colorado. And you guys have heard me talk about it. You've heard Director Combs, you've heard Director Ullman talk about the variability in the San Luis Valley and how from year to year and place to place, we've always lived with so much uncertainty in our water supply. And unfortunately, in the last 2 decades, that's just continued to be a problem for us. And then you add on to that the continued challenges with complying with the Rio Grande Compact, as well as now complying with the groundwater rules, and the hard reality, the hard truth in the San Luis Valley that we all know, but is still a challenge for us every day, is that we can't sustain the amount of use that we've seen. We can't even sustain our current use. We have to reduce our water use. We can do this a number of ways. One of those ways, of course, is to fallow, and we have fallowed a lot of land. We undoubtedly will continue to fallow a lot of land because we just have to take land out of production, and undoubtedly that will continue to a certain degree. The other hard truth is that by fallowing, we are severing the tie of the farmers to that ground, which then chips away at our communities, our economies, the integrity of our wildlife habitat. And so in addition to the concerns I have for my own community, you know, this affects the larger community of Colorado. We make up only 0.01, so a fraction of a percent of the state's population, but our community contributes 39% of the agriculture output. And so as we see changes, that will undoubtedly affect the rest of the state as well, in addition to putting a lot on our shoulders. You know, the Basin Plan and the Colorado Water Plan acknowledge how vibrant communities and robust agriculture are inexplicably linked, and that delicate balance of adapting to climate change and using less water, but also supporting agriculture. One key method that we can support agriculture is crop switching, and Ben laid the groundwork well by talking about the Rye Resurgence Project. There's no shortage of information out there, including in our own plans, about how there's a lot of opportunity in crop switching. But my third hard truth is that, you know, these farmers, they can grow a lot of different things. And I brought my dad with me, not necessarily as a prop in my remarks, but as a co-driver to come up here and back in a day. But over his 40 years of farming, he can tell you a lot about different crops that he tried and different crops that failed because there wasn't a market. And so we are really sure that we've really stumbled onto something with the Rye Resurgence Project and the opportunity for us to switch and support growers as they adapt to climate change, adapt to living with the rules, continue to live with variability, but we have to have the supply chain. And so this project is a great example of the water community stepping alongside our agriculture community and saying, we're not going to expect farmers to absorb all the risk like many in the room have, like my dad has. We are going to help build the supply chain so that farmers can continue to adapt and they can have options. If we have more options, we keep farmers farming and we keep those rural communities intact. So thank you for the opportunity to share. We're really passionate and excited about this project and just grateful for the chance to see all of you guys and hug you and get to share some thoughts. So thank you, Director Combs.
Thank you, Heather. Appreciate it. Are there any other comments or questions? Yes, Director Boucher, and then Director Brody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It wouldn't be possible, Heather, for me to say it any better than you just did, but I just wanted to make sure that you know how I think profound what you just said is. You know, that ultimately when we're taking care of the soil, we're finding ways to save water, and we're working together for our local communities. I mean, that's, in my eyes, it's, congratulations.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Director Brody.
So first of all, a number of us had the opportunity to learn about the Rye Resurgence Project when we were down in the valley a few months ago, and it's always a privilege and just inspiring to see the work that the community is doing across the board. And Heather and our fabulous chair, I know you're both a big part of that. So also just want to echo my thanks and say that Heather, you're always welcome in the Denver Water House. It's always a privilege to have you here. And yeah, just, you know, just want to encourage you to keep up the great work and the innovation, and thank you for the opportunity to be a little part of it.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, entertain a motion for staff recommendation on agenda item 12B. Okay, Director Brown, Director Boucher with the second. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, Ben, back to you.
Thank you so much. 12C is an application from the Great Outdoors Fund. And well, fun is kind of what this project is kind of about, because they want to provide or improve some recreational infrastructure at the Lobatos Bridge in the Rio Grande Natural Area. So CWCB would be joining other local, state and federal partners. Our role is to use grant funds to help construct a boat ramp and 4 educational signs, which would be highlighting the Rio Grande's water use history, the Rio Grande Compact, climate change effects, and the efforts to address sustainability. Overall, the project includes improving a parking lot area, restroom, interpretive trails, picnic tables, shade shelters, just to name a few of those improvements, as well as 10 additional educational signs to create this outdoor classroom at the site. And so with us today on Zoom is the CEO of the Great Outdoors Fund, Lori McCullough, as well as Sue Swift-Miller, who is their fundraising and development director. And we're available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Ben. Are there any comments or questions on this one? All right, we're running short on time, but if you have something quick to say, we'd listen to you. Either Lori or Sue.
I think we're good. Just this is the last of the money we need to fund the entire project, and so we're very appreciative, and it'll be a great project.
Thank you. All right, so I'd entertain a motion on agenda item 12C, looks like. Okay, Director Brown, thank you. Is there a second? Second. Director Felt, second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, Lori. And finally, 12D, the 12D applicant is a conservation legacy doing business as Southwest Conservation Corps. And so they would be using WSRF funds to remove approximately 160 acres of Russian olive and tamarisk along the Animas and La Plata rivers. And not only the removal, but also revegetation and monitoring the regrowth at the sites, and then providing some education to the landowners and business owners on what the impacts are of those invasive species, as well as what treatment options are available to them moving forward. And so, and a portion of the treatment will be on the Ute, Southern Ute tribal lands. And so they have been coordinating with the tribe for about a decade on this issue. And so they're contributing a little bit over $48,000 for the project via the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So recommend full approval of this project. And with us today on Zoom is Nate Peters. He's their watershed programs manager, and we're available if the board has any questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments on agenda item 12D? Okay. Did you want to say anything? Is it Pete, right?
Yeah, Nate Peters.
Nate, I'm sorry. Did you have anything you wanted to add, or are we covered?
Yeah, I think we're covered. We're just available just for questions.
Okay.
Just to stay on time.
Okay. Okay, Director Vasquez.
I'd like to move we approve item 12D.
Thank you. Is there a second? Director Boucher, sorry, I saw him first. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. We'll go to agenda item 13. Jeff.
All right. I'll try to be quick, but Jeff Rodriguez, CWCB staff, for the record. This is agenda item 13. This is a information update only, no board action at this time. So I presented to this board before on this topic, the CWCB guide, and we reiterated it at Basin Roundtables and the C9 Summit. You should have received the most recent draft in your email before this meeting, and it's currently available on engagecwcb.org. But I just wanted to take a step back, give a quick refresher about why we created this document and what it's meant to do. So the water plan in action 4.2 called for a universal handbook, really, geared at sustaining the Basin Roundtables, the IBCC, and things like that. Some of that's through the creation of this handbook, but also through funding for WSRF and the PEPO grant program. And then, as we were kind of shopping this around the state, we realized there's a lot of questions that are answered, one-offs, and so we wanted to include that too into kind of one central resource for the roundtables, the IBCC and the CWCB board. As we were working on this, the DNR handbook was released, and then we also launched into the board operational planning, or Water Plan Action 5.10. And as we were simultaneously kind of working on all those things, we saw that a lot of the information in those separate documents would be really helpful for the roundtables, the IBCC, and the CWCB board. So through the operational planning process, it kind of morphed into one central CWCB guide. So we started a roundtable roadshow in February of 2024, presenting this information, talking about the guide, getting feedback from roundtables. Then we released the draft in June, and through those meetings at roundtables and kind of ongoing conversations around the state, realized there was probably a need for some more kind of pointed discussion with the roundtable chairs about this, and highlighting some more information that's in the guide for them. We touched on it briefly at the September board meeting, and then again at the C9 Summit in October. Now we're here in November with a revised draft. The draft was out since June, and we've been collecting feedback through the website, and then also through all those meetings I just mentioned too. So we've incorporated all that information into this revised draft, and the plan is to, so I'll just go over real quickly about some of the feedback that we got. Of it was, some copy edits and things like that, a little bit of clarity, some supplemental questions to add to the FAQ section as well. We also, in our review, incorporating that feedback, noticed some additions to make for clarity. The CWCU, this board approved policy number 26 in that time, so we added that. And then, like I mentioned, mostly just copy edits and edits for clarity, things like that. So next steps to finalize this document is we are going to do one last internal review with CWCB staff. That'll also include a governor's office review of this document in hopes that a final copy will be ready for release in January. And then, some of those, we can print some copies for you all to have. Some roundtable members mentioned they have a desire to have a hard copy of this document. So I think we'll do that in January. And then the plan is to review this document annually and make edits as needed. And then, we will keep this board apprised of those edits if there are any. Most of them, by my estimation, will come in the form of the frequently asked questions document. And we've kind of created that in two separate documents, the guide as one and then the FAQ. They go together, but the frequently asked questions, I can make edits to that kind of as needed if something comes up that's timely that needs to go in there. But yes, that's the plan. I think that's all I've got. So hopefully I got us moving. Certainly take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Jeff. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Everybody's ready? Got the guidebook down? Okay. I think that's good. Thank you.
I might just say,
Yes, please.
just a thank you, Jeff, to you, and I know Russ was a big part of this as well, but the whole water supply planning section has put a lot of work into this, and it's really a beautiful document. Lots of great pictures, and the design looks really nice, so thanks for everything.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been a labor of love. It started back when Sam was in my position, kind of the thought for this too. And I might just mention it's Sam's birthday today, so. But yeah, and it's really been, water supply planning has collected these questions over time. The water plan grant team has been really influential in some of the funding questions too. And it's been a lot of work to comb through everybody's emails and get all of these questions that have come up over the years. And so it'll be evolving, I think.
Thank you, Jeff. Nobody had questions or comments because they thought we were going on break, but we have a surprise. We're going to put agenda item 14 before the break right quick. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. So we'll have our Attorney General's report before we do the break. Are you doing that, Scott?
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You all have the AG's report as part of your materials. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about what's in there. I thought that I would give you just a little bit of little more of an update on the Rio Grande litigation while I'm here. So you'll remember that this case has been in litigation in front of the Supreme Court for over a decade, and after that, the three states finally got together and worked out what they thought was an acceptable resolution. Supreme Court held that earlier this summer found that it couldn't enter the state's proposed consent decree because it would have resolved the claims that the court allowed the U.S. to assert under the compact as an intervener in the litigation. So they remanded the case back to the special master. The former special master retired, a new one was appointed, and we had a status conference with him at the end of October here at the federal courthouse in Denver, which was really a teaching session for the special master, being new to the case. All three states and the United States presented during the status conference. We spent about 4 hours with the special master giving presentations. He asked some questions, but I think he made it clear that he was really on the steepest part of the learning curve, getting up to speed in this case. And as the state engineer mentioned earlier, I think the most significant development out of that status conference is that he has ordered mediation with Art Boylan, who was our former mediator. That's set for early December in Washington, D.C. Most interestingly, the United States objected to mediation with the mediator, which the special master obviously overruled. So as Jason said, it will be interesting to see how the United States approaches this mediation in December. We have a team from our office and from Jason's office going, and as I said, the big question is how will the United States engage? And we will, I'm sure, report back to you all after that's finished.
Thank you. Man, this is not where we wanted the Rio Grande to be famous for, not being notorious, but.
No, rye sounds like a lot more fun.
Yep, that's a better topic. Thank you. All right, we have just a few minutes. Is Rob still, Rob, he had a small announcement he forgot to make on it. I know, record breaking, right? Rob forgot something, so. Yes, please, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just purely out of curiosity, what could be the reason that the United States would object to mediation? Or is that not a fair question to ask?
They didn't explain at the status conference why they objected, so I'm purely guessing. But obviously, it was through previous mediation that the three states came to their agreement. And so we can put those pieces together and sort of figure out for ourselves maybe what their objection is.
We'll go to.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I forgot to mention this morning that we have a great opportunity at the Colorado Water Center. The director position has opened up. And so anybody please get this information passed out there. We really would like to get a great candidate pool for that position. Jennifer Gimbel is the one heading up that effort. Or you can reach out to me if you want any information about that position, but that will be open only till December 9th. So we really want to get that information out. Again, that's for the director of the Colorado Water Center, which I think can be a great resource for us and a valuable tool if we get a good leader in that position. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to check in on the agenda, and I think we need to wait until 3 to go into executive session. Is that right? So we have a nice long break right now?
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're done. So
Okay.
take a break. So I think what we normally do is we need a break after I give the little intro for executive session, and we take a motion. So I was going to suggest that we could do that now.
Okay.
As well as wanted to clarify.
So you would give your part, then we would take a short break and then start executive session in, say, 15 minutes? Does that work?
That works for me.
Okay. Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay, please.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is executive session. During executive session, we will consider agenda items 15A and 15B. This executive session is authorized pursuant to sections 24-64023A of the Colorado Revised Statutes. We now need a motion. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to go into executive session. Director McLeod, is there a second? Director Brody? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, we'll go into executive session after the break.
unit. Yeah, so he is now part of our team. We have lured him back to being a lawyer, which is awesome. And so we're so excited. He's finally in the building, and I just want to introduce him to you all. He'll be before you soon. So, thank you.
All right, I think, are we ready? Okay.
Thank you. This is the report from executive session. The board went into executive session to consider agenda items 15A and B. Discussion during the executive session was limited to those items and no formal action was taken. We are now on agenda item 17. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jen. All right, Amy. Then we get,
I'm not hungry, but I'm gonna get some anyways.
we'll let everybody trickle in and out for their nachos if you don't mind.
They're nachos?
Apparently there's not, well, maybe we better take a break. You don't even know there's nachos.
It's been a busy day and I haven't eaten quite
Okay,
enough, so-
executive privilege, we have 10 minutes. Everybody get your damn nachos and let's go. Okay. Okay,
Yep,
Amy, do you mind waiting 10 minutes?
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Maybe
we'll
I'll
wait 10 minutes and we'll start
jam
again.
some nachos in my mouth.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Recording in progress.
Everybody to come back in and
Recording in progress.
all right. I was just telling Jenny and Lauren, I thought I was always kind of disciplined and resilient until I just gave in to the peer pressure for nachos. Not feeling great about myself right now.
Well, you're looking great.
Thank you. We just need to avoid the shame and get to Amy here on agenda item 17.
Thank you very much. This is Amy Ostick, Chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section, here to talk about Colorado River updates for agenda item 17. I unfortunately did not get any nachos, but that's all right. Okay, so we have a few items to update you on Colorado River issues today. Going to walk through a few of these in a little bit more detail, but first I'll just note the first topic here, System Conservation Pilot Program. I just wanted to highlight that that is still pending reauthorization in Congress. So we have gotten, I know I have gotten a number of inquiries. Hey, where can I send my application? How do I get involved? There's no program right now for this current year because it is not federally reauthorized. So I just wanted to make that clear. These other items, I'm going to walk through them in a little bit more detail, and I'm excited to say that State Engineer and Director Jason Ullman is going to join the presentation and provide an update on measurement rule efforts as part of this. So the first thing I wanted to address is that at a recent UCRC meeting, the UCRC adopted a provisional accounting MOU. And I think it's important to be really clear about what this is and what it is not. You have heard the Upper Colorado River Commission previously talk about the desire to get credit for conserved water. In other words, find a mechanism to protect that water in Lake Powell or an initial unit. This MOU doesn't do that. So what it does do is it provides a mechanism and accounting protocol to measure conserved water in certain conditions. To get credit for that water that has been provisionally accounted for, that would need to occur through a separate agreement. You all are very familiar with the Demand Management Storage Agreement, part of the 2019 DCP. So if a demand management program were to be established, if all the requirements in the DMSA were to be fulfilled, then that would be one mechanism to get credit, or part of the post-2026 framework, a future agreement, something like that. So all this does is outlines general methodology for provisional accounting of water. So I just wanted to clarify that because I know that a lot of people, I think it created a little bit of confusion in the public sphere. And next, just this little thing, the post-2026 operations of Powell and Meade, and a quick status on those efforts. So long story short, Reclamation is working on developing a range of alternatives. Some breaking news that Reclamation just recently released today a matrix of potential alternatives, a range of potential alternatives. We are not planning to talk about that in detail today since it literally just got released, but we look forward to engaging on that in the future. Meanwhile, the basin state discussions continue. And I just wanted to highlight a few things that we are learning through this experience and also provide some additional information that the Upper Division State technical folks have developed with respect to the Upper Division State's alternative. The first thing that we note is that the Upper Division State's alternative performs really well. According to Reclamation's own modeling, it looks like it performs the best at protecting Lake Powell and Lake Meade, which is great. It was designed to do that. It was designed to operate on a supply-driven approach rather than a demand-driven approach. So that didn't come as a big surprise to us. One issue or point of clarification, we continue to hear from folks this, I think, misperception that the Upper Division State's alternative calls for equal uses between the upper and lower basins, or that what we're really seeking is to get our uses to be equal across the basin. And I'm here to tell you that's not true. What the Upper Division State's alternative suggests is that we should be taking proportionate reductions off of our uses, off of our demands, So our technical teams across the Upper Basin did some work, and this isn't anything new. This is just how the Upper Division States Alternative operates, but it's just kind of a messaging point that our alternative calls for about 30% of reductions in the Lower Basin, and it just so happens that that is about what happens in the Upper Basin in dry years as well. So relative to our demonstrated demands, Upper Basin water users in dry years are using 30% less than that. So we're simply asking our Lower Basin counterparts to do that as well. The reality is that the denominator for the Lower Basin is much larger. Their demands are higher, their uses are higher. So even in that situation, they're still using millions of acre feet more than we are. So it's not correct to say that we're looking for equal uses. Oh, I thought I had one more slide on that. So again, we're just trying to get that message out, make sure people are aware of what we're trying to do with the Upper Division States Alternative and what we're not trying to do. The next topic, it is, I think, rare to see good, joyful news in the Colorado River Basin these days. And I think this is really exciting news. So the bipartisan infrastructure law, which you all are familiar with, provided funding, and the UCRC just approved $7 million from that for Colorado to help with the installation of diversion measurement structures in Divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7. These funds will be administered by the CWCB. We should have more information in 2025. We're still working on setting up that process. We will be hiring an engineering consultant to help us with that. But I thought with this occurring, it would be a great time for State Engineer Ullman to give an update on measurement rules and some other Colorado River Compact related matters. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Amy. Jason Ullman, State Engineer and Director of Division of Water Resources. And this is very exciting. I agree that it's rare to have good news. And for us, in terms of what we're doing with measurement rules on the West Slope, which is what I'm going to talk about today a little bit, it's helpful to have some funding for people to install some of these structures to comply with the coming measurement rules. So I'm going to talk about the measurement rules. So you're going to get a little flavor for some of the stakeholder meetings that we've had in Division 6 and 7, which are the two divisions that we have worked through the process on already in. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about how measurement rules relates to Colorado River Compact compliance. So why is measurement important? I think most people in here understand that measuring what you're diverting and measuring what's in the stream is really important. You can't, this gets said all the time, you can't manage what you can't measure. And so for us, that's very critical, because for us to determine who's in priority and who's not in priority, we have to know what people are taking and what's in the river. So it's important for intrastate water administration, for our priority administration in every basin. It's important for compact compliance administration, which we do in other basins already in Divisions 1, 2, and 3, and 7 actually on the La Plata River. And so we need to be able to measure in order to deliver the water that we are obligated to deliver under those interstate compacts. And then it also helps us maximize Colorado's use. So my charge, or our charge at the Division of Water Resources, is to administer the prior appropriation system, maximize lawful beneficial use in the state of Colorado, while also ensuring that we comply with the compacts. And we need measurement to do that. And then it also provides data for lots of different things. It protects individuals' water rights when we go through abandonment processes, which we talked about a little earlier. Every 10 years, we start by looking at what each structure has diverted for the last 10 years. It protects Colorado water users in terms of maximizing lawful beneficial use in Colorado while we comply with compacts. And then, my office is required to prepare diversion records for all diversions in the state of Colorado. That statute requires the state engineer's office to do that. So we're primarily talking about measurement rules on the West Slope. So Divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7. Because we already have rules in divisions 1, 2, and 3 for groundwater measurement. We also have more consistent measurement on structures in those divisions because of the high level of over appropriation that's been experienced in the South Platte, Arkansas, and Rio Grande already. And so by necessity, that has already occurred. In the West Slope divisions, there's still tributaries where there hasn't been a regular call. And so there, in some cases, hasn't been a push to require full implementation of measurement. And I can tell you from my experience as assistant division engineer in Gunnison Basin, the history of in 2002 when we had the really dry year and the Redlands Power Canal, which is at the bottom of the basin and called the entire basin out. And we were in a position, not me, thankfully, but of trying to get compliance and get measurement on all these structures in the entire basin at a time when we were also trying to administer was not beneficial. So this is a proactive step towards being able to do more effective administration in the West Slope. And the question we get from some folks, and maybe if you're out and about in your basins, is, well, don't you already have that authority? And the answer is yes, technically. We have the authority to require measurement, but that red language there in the statute is important. It says where necessary. And so the measurement rules are intended to answer that question to some extent. So where is it necessary to have measurement in these divisions? When is a head gate necessary? What kind of head gate? Does it need to be lockable? What constitutes an adequate measurement method? So what's the accuracy standard for a measurement method? So what are we going to consider when we go out to your structure? What is adequate? So providing the rules allow us to go through a stakeholder process to develop these more consistent criteria for the public to understand what we're looking for. And then it also defines a process and timeline for evaluating adequacy. I'm going to go through these next couple slides really quickly, but these are some slides from our stakeholder meetings. But what do we need to administer water rights when our staff, our water commissioners are out in the field doing this? And we need a decree. You need a head gate so that we can actually control what's going in and out of your structure. You need a measuring device so that we know what's going into your structure. And then a location, you have to be making it a beneficial use of the water. Just like we talked this morning, even a free river diversion has to be making a beneficial use. It can't just be wasted. And so we have like 3 or 4 examples we go through at these stakeholder meetings. This is just one of them. So rather than bore you with all of them, this one is illustrative at least of the reason why it's necessary. So in a system as shown here, we have a river and a tributary and 3 water rights, a senior water right for 1875, with an 1875 priority for 200 CFS, the next junior priority of 1880 for 50 CFS, and then the last one, or the most junior priority, would be 1895 for 100 CFS, and pretend like ditch A and ditch C, those 2 junior rights don't have measurement. Ditch B, the senior water right does. They call our office to ask our division engineers or water commissioner and say that they're short. Well, the commissioner can go and look at what they're measuring in their flume and say, yes, they are short what they're saying, but then they've got to decide who they're going to curtail and by how much. And without measurement, they're either estimating that, which is, as you might imagine, especially in systems that aren't on call as regularly, it's pretty controversial when you go out and you shut somebody off. If you have measurement, it's a lot easier to say, look, this is why I'm shutting you off, because I can tell you that you only can take 50 CFS. So in this situation, if A could be taking 100, which would be 50 more than their actual right, but we wouldn't know it, we'd have to estimate that. So how much do you curtail A versus C? And that's the problem. That's why consistent measurement is necessary when we are administering rights. The rules include some standards for measuring devices and alternative measurement methods. These are just some examples of different devices that it doesn't specify what devices are okay, but a measuring device is something that defines the relationship between what the level is in the flume or weir and what the flow is. And then it also requires those things to be properly installed and continue to be maintained, which is part of the problem. Because even in the Gunnison, where we issued orders for hundreds of devices in that 2002, 2003 timeframe, freeze-thaw cycles, things change, and then you end up with this device on the left, which probably isn't measuring all the flow that's going through that ditch, because a lot of it is going around it. The one on the right looks okay, so it's important that they stay properly installed. So what are the timeframes that we're looking at for continuing this measurement rules implementation or promulgation? And I guess I should mention that this process is a hybrid almost. We're doing stakeholder process before we file them with the water court, but they do require filing with the water court to be signed. So Division 6, that process has already finished. The rules were signed January 16th of 2024, so the compliance timelines have started in Division 6. There are provisions for variances and provisions for extensions that users can get. And then Division 7, we just completed our last stakeholder meeting on October 17th, and are looking to file those rules in early December with the water court. My goal then is to actually start the stakeholder process in the Gunnison Division 4 early 2025 and file those rules by fall of 2025 and then immediately step into Division 5. The goal would be to get some of these done so that people have adequate notice while the funding is available, the $7 million, that kind of pushes them to go after the funding to comply with these rules. So it's a good time frame. Those two times are married together pretty well right now, hopefully, if we can continue to make good progress on these rules. So are there questions on the measurement rules themselves before I step into the next topic? And unfortunately, Director Brody, who asked the question about this earlier, is not here, but I can follow up with her later. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Ullman, I'm just curious, maybe you're going to get to this in terms of the process to seek the funds. If an entity, a rancher farmer wants to make investments in an upgrade, how does that process work?
So that would be better to ask the CWCB, but right now the idea is that there'll be a consultant that'll be hired that will be running that process. So they would apply with the consultant, and they may ask questions of our staff on whether this is, a necessary structure, but do you have any other better answer to that?
And we anticipate having more information early next year about that, yeah.
And I think the goal, and I hope I'm not speaking, was to be able to start implementing some of that funding and putting in structures in the fall. So at the end of next year's irrigation season. Yeah, Director Boucher.
Thanks. I was going to take this offline with you, but I realized maybe people would be interested in it. At the end of Kevin's time, he and I were talking about how this would be implemented with irrigation pump systems, that if the pump curve ratings were adequate or in areas with really flat ditches where you can't really have common devices measure accurately. Is DWR gone anywhere with that, or is it still in discussion?
So both the Division 6 signed rules and the ones that we will be filing in Division 7 have what's called provisions for alternative measurement methods, which would include potentially a power consumption curve for a pump or a rated section if you have a section of a ditch that's too flat to put in a flume, so you don't have the fall for it, where you could just have somebody do a number of measurements and rate that section. So yes, there is provisions for, it doesn't have to be a device necessarily. I mean, a device is easier probably, but it doesn't have to be a device. So this measurement rules process leads me to talk a little bit about compliance, Colorado River Compact compliance, partly because of the suggestion that has been made by some that we should be pursuing planning for Colorado River Compact compliance and how we would do that if that became necessary. So I think it's important to explain how we would even get to that point first before we talk about it. But so the Colorado River Compact, I'm not going to go into all the law of the river, but the primary thing in Article 3 here is the 75 million acre feet that we will not cause the flow of the river at Lee Ferry to be depleted below 75 million acre feet. That is the compliance target that we consider in the upper basin. And then you have these two articles in the Upper Colorado River Compact signed in 1948 that essentially vest the authority to determine whether or not we have been deficient, the upper basin has been deficient with the Upper Colorado River Commission, not with me or with the state of Colorado. And so the Upper Colorado River Commission would need to make a finding under Article 8 that the upper division has been deficient in that will not cause the river to be depleted provision of the compact. And then they would determine how much water each state needs to provide to basically get us back into compliance. And so until and then that happens, State Engineer's Office, Division of Water Resources we are in compliance with the compact. And we've always been in compliance with the compact. And so we aren't doing any curtailment like we do in Divisions 1, 2, and 3 for these other compacts where there's a defined need to do that. So that's one important thing. The second is, well, how close are we to that? And this is a graph of Lee Ferry flows. You've probably seen this in many different forms before, but the blue bars are annual flows at Lee Ferry. The black line is the 10-year rolling average, which is that measure. The red line is the 75 million acre foot target. And you'll see that we've never dropped below. We came pretty close in this period between the building of Lake Powell and the filling of Lake Powell, because you'll see there's a couple years in order to fill Lake Powell, they only released 3 million acre feet. And so we dropped down to that 7.5 million acre feet. We'll say there wasn't a finding by the UCRC in that time that we were deficient. Right now, where are we at? So in 2026, after the next 2 years of releases, we're getting close to the end of 24, but Bureau is releasing 7.5 million acre feet, 7.48 million acre feet in 24, and 748 in 2025. Those two release amounts get us to 82.6. So we're still significantly above the 75 million acre foot non-depletion target that we consider to be the measure of compliance. So we're not close to being where the Upper Colorado River Commission is going to start making that finding. Now, what I do want to say about compact compliance planning, compact compliance rules, the State Engineer's Office, State Engineer has authority to do that under 3780-104. And we're not saying that we don't want to do it or that we won't ever do it. I think what we're saying is that right now is not the right time. I think that I would definitely want to have some stakeholder-driven rules process that helps us understand how we're going to comply, if not only for the fact that these other basins, you see the green ones there on the east and south slope, have one major stream leaving the state that we're managing compliance on. On the west slope, you have 8 major tributaries that leave the state. So if I was to get a notice from the Upper Colorado River Commission that we need to provide a certain amount of water at the state line, that alone is going to be difficult, even if we just were going to do it by strict priority, right? And then you have the other, complicating factor of significant amounts of water diverted in trans-mountain diversions. And so we're not opposed to doing rules if it's the right time. But now is not the right time. And why? Well, we have a lot of unknowns. The unknowns include, we don't know what the results of post-2026 negotiations that we just heard about are going to be. In fact, this matrix of alternatives, I think between all the alternatives that I skimmed, it's like releases from 5 million acre feet to 12 million acre feet. it's going to make a big difference on what the flows at Lee Ferry are and what that compliance amount is based upon how these negotiations turn out. So it seems improper to plan for compact compliance when we don't know what the conditions are going to be. We don't know what the nature of the shortage is going to be. That we will not cause the depletion. We don't know what the results, we are not causing the depletion. The hydrology has caused the depletion. We aren't taking more than our compact allocation. So there's a lot of other legal questions that need to be answered before the UCRC would even come close to making that finding. And so that just, I guess, tells me that we have the time frame to do it. The other potential problematic thing is, introducing a potential for intrastate conflict between, because this would be a stakeholder-driven process with stakeholders from both sides of the divide in the middle of negotiations on the post-2026 guidelines is not a good idea. So what do we know? We know that the upper division states have always been in compliance. We know that there's no basis for me to curtail anybody because we've always been in compliance. There's also no basis or authority for us to shepherd water to the state line because we've always been in compliance. And so, right now, I think the best, way forward is for us to continue to focus on measurement rules. That's the first step. We would need those so that we have good measurement. And then, the big thing is let's focus on our team assisting the Colorado River team and Becky in the negotiations for the post-2026 guidelines. That is the effort that will have the most impact on Colorado's future on the Colorado River. So with that, I will take questions. And if they're really hard, I'll turn them over to Amy or Becky.
Thank you, Director Roll. Does anybody have any questions? Jason? Yes, Director Brown.
I have a comment. So I was one of the people for the last 5.5 years who was pushing this conversation. And it was important to me that we talk about it because at the time we were discussing demand management. And I very securely feel that if our producers are going to make decisions based on their operations where they're deciding to put land and fallow land and put water into a demand management program, that they should know what the alternative is and how a curtailment would come down for them, because I think if I were operating a business, that would be an important thing for me to understand. Not that it matters, but I entirely agree with your premise here, and I hope that if we go back into a world where we are asking producers to further make decisions about their operations that would cause them to use less water, that we are also informing them about what their future holds. And I know that that's a really big unknown right now, but as one of the people that was pushing that conversation, I just wanted to kind of follow it back up with the rationale. And we know that that program is getting ready to expire, and I hope that we're looking out not 5 years or 10 years, but 50 years, 100 years into what Colorado looks like and how the agricultural industry can still be thriving in those periods of time and not continue to take things away from them. So that's all I have to say about it. Thank you for that work.
I appreciate that. As a 18-year Western Slope resident, I understand this desire to have some certainty. So I think what we're saying is, we want to provide that at the right time.
Anyone else? So on the issue of oversimplification, sitting here listening to all the things we hear about the Colorado River and the negotiations, everything, what is I guess, help us understand, it seems like the Upper Colorado River Commission is the driver of all this. They have to declare we're default basically in our compact and have to start forcing curtailment. So at that point, how do we justify all of the effort we have to put into all these negotiations and all these things when the math statistically and obviously shows non-compliance? If the Upper Colorado River Commission doesn't look like they're looking to declare that we have to change and start curtailing water rights, what is our biggest threat then? Because we do a lot of work on all the negotiations on the Colorado, and Becky, I mean, spends a lot of time. And so with what you report, the math adds up to where you say, not kick the can down the road, but we're not there yet. But yet we're putting tons of resources and efforts into it. And in my feeble mind, I'm trying to find out what's the justification and the rationalization? How do we balance all of that?
Well, baby, I think Becky's ready to speak too, but I'll just say, I think that we justify all the effort that both Becky and all of the Colorado River team is putting in on the negotiations, because it is going to determine what those flows are at Lee Ferry going forward, and it will have a huge impact on whether or not Becky in her role as commissioner on the UCRC is in the position of making a determination on whether we are deficient. But Becky, do you?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what we're doing is the work that we're doing on the ground every day with the negotiations is to put us in a place where this is not of issue. And quite frankly, that's one of the priorities and the negotiation priorities and our guiding principles is that we have to avoid a compact curtailment scenario. It's also part of the reason why we put the parallel activities on the table with the Upper Division State Superior Alternative, is because we've always said we're willing. We've always said we will do our part. But another one of our guiding principles is that we're not doing our part so others can maintain a status quo or an overuse. And so I think everything that we're doing on a day-to-day basis is to put us all in a better world. And it is really hard to say, okay, what is our future in some certain level when what our future is certainly uncertain, right? Like that's what the Upper Basin is uncertain.
Sure.
Whatever we do, we know that the next year will still be uncertain. We don't have those reservoirs above us to create a level of certainty that others are afforded. And so what we're doing with the negotiations is to give us as much certainty as possible.
Well, I appreciate that. And I just coming from my filter from a basin that's curtailed every single day, somebody is giving up water. I understand what's at risk. And I don't wish it on anybody. So I don't want you to think, I don't think it's worth it. I'm trying to reconcile is it the time, to your point, are we doing the right thing at the right time? And it sounds like we are. I think we are. If the other upper basin states are on board with us fighting that same fight to the same extent.
They absolutely are, and probably even more stronger in terms of it's not the right time, in terms of that perspective. And Jason alluded to, and you saw that a bit of what's leaving Colorado in the sheer numbers, and the average is what is it now? 9.3 million acre feet a year leaving Colorado. And through the Colorado main stem and its tributaries. We say tributaries up here, but we, sorry.
The mic is on, just so you know.
Oh, I know. But that's, I mean, that is the Colorado River for us, is the tributaries. And the main stem. The Colorado River touches every corner of Colorado, not through the main stem, but through the tributaries, through the agriculture that's produced, through the agriculture that supports the economy and the people of Colorado and beyond its boundaries. And so looking at those numbers in terms of what leaves, I think that's an important component. And that's through the strict administration. It may not be the same situation that you're in within your basin in terms of folks cut on an everyday type scenario. Some would say that they are cut. And we try to tell those stories about the Colorado River in terms of pre-compact water that was cut this summer. Like early 1900s rights cut. Not because of an outside force, but because that is smart and responsible management. And it's based on what's actually in the river. And so that is the certainty that we have at this point. And so.
I know it's not really, there's not a black and white answer. It's just, it's a thought that goes through my mind is, it's tough, but thank you. I appreciate. Thank you too, Jason. Does anybody else have any other questions or?
Maybe I'll add to, because we talked a lot about this free river idea. The 9.3 million acre feet that Colorado sends out of state in all of the tributaries, that's happening primarily during the spring when we have these heavy runoff conditions. And then later in the season, like Becky indicated, we do have significant areas on the west slope that we do curtail. But I mean, the upper basin states are using 3.5 to 4.5 million acre feet total. Colorado is sending 9.3 million acre feet downstream average every year. And we're being told we should be doing something else, like we should be sending more down by curtailing free river diversions. Anyway, that's an aside, but.
Well, and sorry, part of that delivery that they are getting is because of that free river. It's not, and so I think when it was just that was ironic. Yeah. There's many people have spoken out on that, and I think it's an interesting perspective when we think about writings and the impact of it, and not fully knowing exactly how we operate, and then philosophizing on how to solve a problem based on what you're told in the media, and that's like your references of how to solve a problem, I think is something that has to be worked on. And that's part of the reason why we've put out the information that we have. Some of it isn't all glamorous or all favoring the upper basin or Colorado, but we put out the numbers and the facts because that's where we have to deal with now. We have to deal with the facts. And that is a fact that on average, 9.3 million acre feet is leaving the state. It is a fact that we take over 600,000 acre feet on average of cuts within within Colorado alone. 1.3 in all 4 upper basin states that we're taking in some way, shape, or form because of strict administration. There is always a basin that is suffering. When you look at the 4 upper basin states, there is always an area that is hit. And it may not be hit in the same area the next year, but ask the Southwest Basin how frequently they were hit. And they bore an unfair burden of those hydrologic shortages that have gone unacknowledged, uncompensated. Nobody's coming to save the day there.
Well, but let me, on your thing, the facts are, Jason doesn't answer to Arizona or California or to Nevada. And so they can scream, they can holler, they can claim. But at the end of the day, one of the facts is we do hold the control. We will or we won't. It's that simple, right? So we don't have some hidden valley somewhere we're saving that water to develop in order to supply. We don't have a municipality creating this huge demand. So I understand protecting the water. I'm just saying, we got to be very deliberate in understanding, are we fighting a fight to fight? Because we win anyway. We're in control. We're upstream. That's all I'm saying is, let's not put 90% of our effort into 10% of the issue. They can't force us to release. We can't keep it anyway. But to your point that basins are paying a price, that's the nature of Colorado.
Yeah, that is the nature. And I think when we talk about security, and that's part of what they're pushing for with these conversations or the threats that you've heard out there. The best way for them to have security is a very healthy POW reservoir. So how you get a release that is better is, and how there's security across the American West is if we have a healthy POW. And so where there's been issue with, mead might be really low and POW's really high. If POW's high, based on our alternative, the releases are higher. So I think that's an important piece to remember. If you plan, then, and if you preserve, in times of plenty, you might be okay. That is a gift that we are not afforded in the Upper Basin. We don't have a place to save in times of plenty to the level that they do. And so if you want security, we have to do what we can to protect POW and keep it as healthy as possible. And follow when we see that it's going down. If it's going down and more is outflowing than inflowing on a consistent basis, which is what we've seen under these current guidelines, that 8 out of 10 of the years more is flowing out than is flowing in. If we continue on that pattern, we'll be right where we are.
Yeah. Well, to be clear, I'm all for winning.
Yeah.
I'm not about losing any of that. I want to make sure that we're being very deliberate with the ammunition we have, and it's yielding the results we need, not just participating in the kerfluffle. So, sorry I cut you off there.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say, I think you're correct that we are primarily in control, but as Lane indicated in her presentation, there is the possibility that a state files an original case. But that doesn't mean, in terms of the timeline, that doesn't mean that we immediately are going to need to do anything in Colorado. So that's the concern that people are pushing for compact compliance now is what if something happens and somebody files litigation and, state engineer, you have to go do this right away. That is not going to happen, even if they do attempt to litigate. And so, because there'll be a time frame. But so there is some level of, in terms of litigation. And so that's why, it is important to spend all this time and effort and money right now to protect Colorado's, apportionment, to protect, what we think, how we interpret the compact. I don't know if Lane has anything to add, but.
Thank you.
Director McLeod?
Jason, I want to make one observation about your worst case scenario. I think it is actually worse than you described it, because if litigation were to start in any arena, it would be possible for the lower division states to argue that human health and welfare in the lower basin is sacrificed and ask for an injunction compelling reclamation to release the water from Lake Powell. Potential there, not likely, but we need to know that there is, litigation presents a whole new series of risks. And Becky will tell you that the lower division states have threatened that on more than one occasion.
Thank you, Director McLeod.
Anybody else? Thank you. Appreciate it. You got more too, Amy, or? Okay. Any questions for Amy on her portion? All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, agenda item 18.
Hello, can you guys hear me? And see me? Anybody? Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, Ashley Garrison. I'm one of the regional water plan grant managers over on the West Slope, and this is agenda item 18, water plan grant. And if you go on to the next slide, please. So this item is a water plan grant recommendation for a project that we postponed from presenting at the September board meeting in order to reconfirm information before we presented it to you. This application is in the agriculture category, and it's from the Pothook Water Conservancy District in Northwest Colorado for the Upper Little Snake River Restoration and Diversion Structure Improvements Project. The grant request of $781,989 will fund the replacement and upgrade of 3 agriculture diversions in Colorado along the Little Snake River. The improved modern diversions will facilitate efficient water use and management for the producers and provide aquatic species passage and restore bank stability and adjacent riparian habitat along 10 miles of the river. The project provides both agriculture and watershed health benefits. The project manager, Jonathan Bauer, is online, as well as Ken Brenner from the Headwaters of Colorado initiative. And staff recommends approval of this grant request, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Thank you. Ashley, does anybody have any questions or concerns? If not, I'd entertain a motion for staff recommendation on agenda item 18.
So moved.
Okay, we have a director. Is there a second? Director McLeod, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 19, Colorado Outdoor Strategy.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Brass. I'm the Assistant Director for Parks, Wildlife, and Lands with the Department of Natural Resources, and joined here today by Fletcher Jacobs with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, as well as Christine Zenel, who is joining us online. We're here to give a follow-up presentation on the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. There was a panel discussion on this during the C9 Summit, and Lauren asked that I come back and join the other convening partners to give a more in-depth overview of the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. So for background, the Colorado Outdoor Strategy was initiated back in 2020 through an executive order by Governor Polis. The CEO called on the Department of Natural Resources and CPW to work together to develop this strategy in combination with formalizing the regional partnership initiatives and the interagency council, which CWCB is an active part of. The strategy was really intended to help guide the work of the regional partnerships as well as the interagency council. And I think notably, we've really looked at it as we've looked at the Colorado Water Plan and the Basin Roundtables as really the model for what the Colorado Outdoor Strategy and the regional partnerships can be. But it was really born out of a recognition that the state needed a more coordinated approach for tackling wildlife conservation and recreation management goals in a more holistic manner. And so the convening partners hired Keystone Policy Center to help us with the stakeholder outreach process. Again, we've been working on that since 2020, and we'll give you an overview of what all is included here. So the vision at a high level, the Colorado Outdoor Strategy ensures a future where our outdoors, people, community character, and ways of life will endure for generations to come. And I'm going to hand it over to Fletcher to talk through the who, why, and what.
All right, everyone. Fletcher Jacobs, Assistant Director for Outdoor Recreation and Lands with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Yes, as Assistant Director Brass said, I'm going to talk a little bit about the why of why the convening partners came together to kind of tackle this issue. So Sorry. The first part, and I think a lot of these are things many of us know here who live in this great state, that Coloradans love the outdoors. This idea is really borne out with the data. Colorado Parks and Wildlife puts together the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan every 5 years. And we just got done doing a big survey statewide, and the numbers speak for themselves. 96% of Coloradans recreate outdoors at least once every few weeks. And in 2022, 90 million people visited the state. Of course, most of those seem like they end up on I-70, but that might just be my experience on the weekend. Another big piece of this, of course, is the idea that our outdoors faces significant pressures. We know that we've got habitat loss, growing disturbance from wildlife to recreational use, as well as climate change. And finally, we also know that each community here in Colorado is unique. Pressures in the sustaining community character, landscape health, in eastern Colorado is going to look much different than it does up in Summit County. And we need to make sure our strategy reflects this. I'd say big picture, we see this as a way to help provide agencies that may typically not work together on these issues with some shared goals to further our outdoor recreation and outdoor conservation work. So kind of getting into the what, the meat of what we're talking about. And really the idea is this, and you can read the slide, that it's a regionally rooted statewide vision, as well as an action plan for conservation, outdoor recreation, and climate resilience. My talking points here are in bold here. This is not prescriptive. It's the idea of having kind of this alignment where we talk about these plans. And I'm stealing a little bit from our consultant who's going to be talking. As we started this process, they looked at 537 different plans that talked about the outdoors in Colorado. And the idea was to kind of have this larger framework that we could all kind of start and actually align some of these diverse partnerships, so we're actually kind of rowing the boat in the same direction when we have some of these conversations. So the big fun slide here about all the various different objectives. Ultimately, the deliverables and outputs. Again, that coordination alignment, you're going to hear that a lot about all these different planning pieces. Obviously, with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, I already kind of mentioned the SCORP. We have our habitat conservation connectivity plan. We work with our federal partners when we talk about our forest plans, our other state agencies, the Colorado Tourism Destination Stewardship, really kind of making sure all of these plans are talking to each other. There are milestones to plan and track progress against the strategy's goals, planning and management tools, frameworks that help inform these decisions. Again, they don't make the decisions, but they're going to help form the decisions. And then really probably one of the big pieces, the strategic funding plan to actually help us have capacity to manage all these efforts. So pull all these together, and that's going to help us make progress to these various goals. Who do we see as kind of the audience for this? Where our hope is anyone can use these goals as kind of North Stars to help champion this efforts to protect and enhance our outdoors. Partners are at all scales and various organizations, and we'll talk about this here in a little bit, but we had a steering committee, we had a technical committee made up across the board, and really, again, not meant to be prescriptive, but we hope that decision makers at all levels can utilize the plan, and this next slide kind of gets a little bit at that. You can just at a quick glance, we talk about our public and our private land managers across all scales, the different coalitions between, of course, the Interagency Council that Tim mentioned, our Colorado Outdoor Partnership, our regional partnership initiatives, which I'm going to dive into here in a little bit more, and then, of course, that broad range of public and private sectors who have an interest in the outdoors here in Colorado. So the regional outdoor partnerships, that same executive order that Tim mentioned earlier that set forth us pulling together to look at this outdoor strategy, also set up the regional partnership initiative. And this is the example that I hope is okay we've been using throughout this process. We think about the outdoor strategy as kind of our version of the water plan when we think about looking at conservation and recreation, and the regional partnership initiatives are essentially our water basin roundtables to actually help us implement this and have these conversations at the local level. I'm looking at Director Felt there, I know, has been very involved, of course, within Chaffee County and shown a lot of leadership there. That's one of those groups that's been one of the original RPIs that have helped us move this process forward. And the idea that across various counties, across these agencies, they're having the conversations. And I always think about one of our district rangers we were talking to about this process about 5 years ago, who said, we were talking about a trail project. He said, don't come to me every year for a mile of trail. Come to me and tell me what you want this to look like in 10, 20 years. And that goes not just for recreation, but also, of course, for our agriculture, our private lands, as well as we think about our conservation goals. And that's really kind of that larger goal, having this bigger, more holistic view. So the regional partnership, just a quick slide here. So far, we have 18 regional partnerships across the state, 70% of Colorado covered with 31 different grants awarded. And that actually, I think we actually have added a few more. It's actually up to 75% now. That's one of my great pleasures, is reporting on this wildly important goal to Executive Director Gibbs as part of the governor's DNR WIGs to kind of keep us accountable for balancing outdoor recreation and conservation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Christine from our consulting team to kind of dive a little bit more into the meat and potatoes of the plan.
Thank you, Fletcher and Tim, and thanks so much for having me virtually. I do want to caveat that we are deep in revision processes for the outdoor strategy right now, coming out of our big outreach phase this summer. So, you know, I might speak to a few little tweaks here and there on the slides, starting with these goals. I wouldn't focus, if you're on Zoom, you can probably read the tiny text here. I wouldn't focus too much on that, but instead focus on the three big headers, which are exceptional and sustainable outdoor recreation, climate resilient conservation and restoration, and coordinated planning and funding. These are the strategy's three highly interrelated North Star goals. And the reason we emphasize that they are interrelated and we display them in this way is that we know in Colorado, and you know more than anyone, that exceptional and sustainable outdoor recreation is highly dependent upon good stewards of the outdoors. It's highly dependent on healthy ecosystems and landscapes that make our experiences amazing. Conservation, restoration, of course, like I just mentioned, require good stewards in addition to, you know, advanced coordination and funding and investments to make landscape scale impact. And of course, coordinated planning and funding is what drives outcomes for both conservation and restoration and outdoor recreation. You can go to the next slide, please. We have four main objectives for Colorado's outdoor strategy. And actually, I'm remiss to say objectives because we've, again, sort of tweaked this a little bit in the upcoming draft. But really what's essential to the strategy, these essential elements are achieving key outcomes for the outdoors. And what this means is achieving key outcomes in conservation, restoration, wildlife, and biodiversity, in outdoor recreation experiences and opportunities that are high quality and meet diverse needs and interests, equity, diversity, and inclusion, including recreational access for all Coloradans and disproportionately impacted communities, and management and stewardship. The strategy also identifies actions for strengthening strategic funding for all of those goal areas I just mentioned, and also to catalyze coordinated planning. So the strategy, similar to the water plan, kind of creates a framework from which folks can understand how to better collaborate and coordinate with one another. And then finally, the strategy provides a number of new data and mapping tools and resources that will help inform partners in their own decision-making processes and in their own prioritization processes for conservation and outdoor recreation and climate resilience. You can go to the next slide. So focusing on data mapping tools and resources, I will just focus on a few key data mapping tools and resources here for purposes of the presentation, but encourage you to look online at Engage CPW to get a better understanding of the breadth of these data mapping tools and resources that are being made available. The first thing we really wanted to focus on with the outdoor strategy, that one of the first things we realized when working with our steering committee and our technical committee and doing early outreach is that we wanted the Colorado's outdoor strategy to be really grounded in the best available science and data, information and knowledge. But we also wanted to make that data, that information available to everyone in the state of Colorado. And so what we're doing with the outdoor strategy is linking out to a variety of resources, some of which have already been in existence, and we sort of compiled them and made them more accessible through the strategy. or we created them for the strategy itself. One of those things is the resource hub, which will be a central landing page for anyone in Colorado to access planning information, data to support decision-making and prioritization. Sorry, it's late in the day, for conservation, outdoor rec, and climate. Some of the I'll speak to a few of the elements that will be on here, but just to give a sprinkling right now, we will have a plan library. Fletcher mentioned the over 500 plans that our consultant team reviewed in Colorado related to conservation, rec, climate, equity in the outdoors, anything outdoors. There will be a library that people can search by geography and topic area to find the plan they're looking for, and to raise awareness of those plans as well. We'll also have a new tribal and indigenous engagement guidance framework, specifically on the topic areas of climate rec and conservation. We are co-developing that framework with the Southern New Indian and Ute Mountain Ute tribes, as well as History Colorado and Fort Lewis College. We have an interactive equity, diversity, and inclusion tool that compiles an amazing set of resources. Similar to the plan library, this tool is searchable by topic area. The idea being that if maybe you have a really great foundation of knowledge for equity, diversity, inclusion, maybe you don't know where to start, you can identify questions and topic areas, kind of click on those, and then be offered a variety of resources that have been compiled. We have listed a variety of planning guidance, such as planning for trails with wildlife in mind, the National Park Service's visitor use framework, those kinds of resources as well that folks can access. So just a sprinkling of the data and resources there. And I do want to focus today on Codex. So if you can go to the next slide, please. We have really heavily partnered with the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, CNHP, out of CSU throughout the development of the strategy. Some of you may already be, or all of you may be familiar with Conservation Data Explorer, or Codex, which CNHP created recently, but we've really strengthened it throughout the development of Colorado's outdoor strategy. And some of the ways that we've strengthened Codex is by adding a few new data layers. One of these data layers is a conservation summary, which essentially aggregates data from hundreds of species to create a biodiversity index. So you can kind of see on a broad scale, not a fine scale, where high biodiversity may exist. That's kind of the darker blue, if you can see the screen, as compared to lighter blue, indicating possible lower biodiversity. CNHP, with the help of our technical committee, has also significantly improved the premier database for protected lands in Colorado, or COMAP. Before, for example, private lands with conservation easements weren't on here. So we've done a lot of updates to make this more reflective of protected lands in Colorado. These two data layers are not currently available on Codex, but they will be soon, and we'll talk to timeline here in a moment. We've also added, oh, sorry, can you go back one? We've also added not just conservation data layers, but also outdoor recreation layers. So we've added the Trust for Public Lands Colorado Recreation Access Map, which is an equity mapping tool. We've added Colorado's Trail Explorer. We've added climate risk layers from the State Forest Service. We've also heard loud and clear throughout our outreach this summer that we need to do a better job integrating water data. So we've actually, I would not be surprised if some of you in the room have already been, can't see you, but we've worked with some of you to understand how to integrate water data better into this as well. And so what this all does is create a common spatial data platform that really supports integrated planning. So not thinking about conservation and rec and climate in silos, but seeing how they might intersect with one another. So, for example, you can overlay wildfire and flood risk maps with the Colorado Trail Explorer to understand trails that may be at risk of wildfire or flood, overlay that with a conservation summary to understand high-value conservation lands that may be at risk to climate. You can overlay CoTrex, the trails, layer with the conservation summary and see how that interacts. So there are a number of ways that folks can now sort of play around in Codex to just really inform better integrated planning, and it makes all of this data available to the public. With that, you can go to the timeline slide. Thank you. So we are here in Q4. We've been in the drafting or development process of the strategy since early 2023, although Tim did mention that this conversation started even earlier, starting in 2020. We've been working with our steering and technical committees throughout the process to really understand what the strategy could look like, how it might be beneficial to folks who work in the outdoors. And then we drafted last spring, and over the summer, we had, I think, close to 60 presentations on Colorado's outdoor strategy and reached almost 900 people. Some of you here may even have gotten this presentation already. So we received amazing feedback and a lot of feedback over this summer that we're now integrating into a new draft. We will be looking to likely launch all of that data and resources and mapping tools I mentioned, even in beta form, before the official launch of the strategy, so people can access that information earlier. So we expect that to happen sometime in early Q1 of 2025. And then we anticipate the final strategy being launched sometime in May or June of next year. With that, I think I'm turning it over to Tim.
Thanks, Christine. So yeah, with that, just wanted to acknowledge the many folks who have been a part of this planning process. As I mentioned in the introduction, this has really been a joint effort initiated by the governor's office, but facilitated by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, GOCO, DNR, and yeah, the governor's office has been engaged throughout. You know, I think that moving ahead, we're really looking at DNR, we're really looking at the outdoor strategy as a key tool for moving some of our biodiversity and conservation and recreation goals forward. But we also see this as informing some of the upcoming strategic planning updates that are ongoing within CPW as well as GOCO. And, you know, in addition to Keystone, we've had a good number of consultants engage with various components of this strategy, and just wanted to acknowledge those folks here. And then last but not least, the advisory committee members. So we've had both a steering committee as well as a technical committee. The steering committee has really been instrumental in helping us build out some of the specific language within the plan, and then the technical committee has been helping assemble many of those data sets and plans that Christine mentioned earlier. And so we've had a great collection of NGO, state agency, federal agency reps here that are listed on the screen. And with that, yeah, thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Yeah, Director Felt.
I don't know that it was in this presentation, and maybe you're not there yet, but can you speak to how you're going to support this financially?
Yeah, I think that, you know, as I mentioned, I think that we do see this helping influence the strategic plans for GOCO, for CPW, which will help guide funding for both agencies. And, you know, in addition to that, we have some new funding coming online, which I think can help advance some of the biodiversity, conservation, climate resiliency goals within it. And Fletcher, I don't know if you want to add anything else to that, but.
Yeah, I was just going to say I appreciate the question, Commissioner Felt. Yes, we're having those conversations right now. We're not ready to share those pieces, but yes, that we also recognize that part of making this strategy work is aligning that existing funding, but also figuring out where where we need more to make this happen. So that's definitely part of the conversation we're having right now.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Director Vasquez, yes, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Christine, are some of the projects that you've already accomplished detailed on your website?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the only one that is currently available is actually the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Guide. It's currently a very, very long PDF, but you can definitely access that if you want to learn more and access those resources. But just, be aware it's not in the fancy interactive template. Otherwise, all those other resources are still in draft form.
Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, guys. Appreciate you coming and giving us the update. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for inviting us.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we are in recess until tomorrow morning.